Good morning. You're going on the record at 9:19 a.m. on May 14th, 2021. When you are not speaking, please mute your audio input as your microphone is sensitive and can pick up whispering and background noise. Please turn off all cell phones or place them away from the computer as they can interfere with the deposition audio. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the video recorded deposition of Jill DesRosiers in the matter of independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63, parentheses 8. This deposition is being held by a video conference with the witness located in New York. My name is Stephen Kent from the firm Veritex Legal Solutions, and I'm the videographer. The court reporter is William Visconti, also from Veritex Legal Solutions. I am not authorized to administer an oath. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. Counsel and all present in the room and everyone attending remotely will now state their appearances and affiliations for the record. If there are any objections to the proceeding, please state them at the time of your appearance, beginning with the noticing attorney.
Okay. Mr. Rosie, I'm Jennifer Kennedy Park. I'm with the law firm Cleary Gottlieb Steen and Hamilton, but for purposes of today, I'm a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General of the New York Attorney General's office. And I'm here with my colleagues who will introduce themselves, Mr. Kim and Ms. Michelin. Thank you.
Hi, I'm June Kim, partner of Jen Kennedy Parks, and I'm also a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Ann Clark. I'm with a different law firm, Vladeck, Raskin and Clark, but I'm also a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Lorena Michelin, an associate at Cleary Gottlieb and also a special assistant to the first Deputy Attorney General.
I'm Mary Beth Hogan, partner at Debevoise & Plimpton, here with Jill DesRosiers.
Helen Canwell, also a lawyer at Debevoise & Plimpton on behalf of Mr. Rosier. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, I'm Leah Rosenberg, also at Debevoise & Plimpton on behalf of Mr. DesRosiers.
Will the reporter, go ahead. Will the reporter please swear in the witness?
Okay. Mr. Rosier, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, all set. Jen, you're up.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Rosier. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning.
As I mentioned, I'm Jen Kennedy Park. I'm totally comfortable today if you call me Jen. Can I call you Jill?
Yep, absolutely.
Great. So as we mentioned, the New York Attorney General has appointed lawyers from two law firms, my law firm, Cleary Gottlieb Steen and Hamilton, and Ann Clark's law firm, Vladeck, Raskin and Clark, to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63(8), into allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Andrew Cuomo and the surrounding circumstances. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with that investigation. I just want to go over some sort of basic ground rules and information first before we start asking questions, okay?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So as you know, this is being video recorded by us. Can you and your counsel confirm that you are neither video or audio recording this?
We can confirm that, yes.
Great. And can you and your counsel confirm that you are not broadcasting this or communicating about this with anyone who's not currently in the room with you?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks, Mary Beth. So Jill, you're under oath, and that means that you have to testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge or a jury, and that your testimony is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you'd like to make any brief sworn statement on your own behalf, we'd ask that you do that at the conclusion of our examination, and I'll remind you and your counsel at the end that you have that opportunity, okay?
Yep. Yep.
Great. So although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office does have criminal enforcement powers. And so you have the right to refuse to answer a question if doing so would incriminate yourself. However, your failure to answer a question could be used against you in a court of law in a civil proceeding. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're appearing here today with your lawyers, and you can consult with them about matters related to privilege. But this is not a deposition, and so we don't expect them to object or interfere with the testimony otherwise. But if you need a break or your counsel would like to take a break, as long as you've answered a question I've asked, we're open to taking breaks. We understand you, so we'll break whatever you need us to, okay?
Thank you. Thanks. Jen, I should just say that we'll need to break at around 11 and around 1:30. And then, great. Obviously, if to the extent we need short breaks in between that time, we'll let you know.
Whenever you need them. So we'll definitely break at 11. We'll definitely break at 1:30. And if you need them otherwise, just tell us and we'll go off the record and take a break, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. And as you can see, we've got a court reporter present in our virtual room with us. And so he's taking down my questions and he's taking down your answers. And that just means that you can't give a head nod. You have to verbally respond to every question that's asked. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to do our best. I'll try not to interrupt you and talk over you, and you try not to interrupt and talk over me, just so that he gets a clean transcript. Okay?
Yep. Yes.
If you don't know an answer to one of my questions, please just tell me. If you don't understand my question, please just tell me, and we'll make sure I ask a better question, all right?
Yes.
I want to make sure, too, that your counsel is not communicating with anyone in real time about the substance of your testimony. And Mary Beth, we only ask this because this has come up in another situation.
What do you mean? I'm here in a room.
You're not communicating with counsel for the executive chamber?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Jen, sorry.
You're not communicating with counsel for the executive chamber?
During this testimony?
During this testimony, yes.
No.
Okay, great. So the executive law provision 63.8 that this investigation is being conducted under, Jill, prohibits you and your counsel from revealing any information you obtained during this testimony to anyone. So if anyone asks you to disclose what we discussed here today, you should let us know and your counsel should let us know. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions today?
No.
Okay. Have you had any alcohol today?
No.
Is there any reason you couldn't answer my questions truthfully and fully?
No.
Okay. So can you state your full name, date of birth, and your home address?
Sure. Jill Marie DesRosiers. Date of birth is. My address is.
Do you have a business address?
Yes, 633 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10017.
Great, thank you. Have you ever given testimony before?
No.
Never testified at trial or in a deposition?
No.
Other than the conversations with your lawyers, did you do anything to prepare for today's testimony?
No, I've met with my lawyers.
Okay, great. There should be a sealed box in your room.
I see it.
Okay. Can you go ahead and break the seal on that box and take out the binder that's in it?
Yep.
when we asked him to seal it, we really sealed that box.
There's a lot of security here.
I was going to say, Cleary really went to town here.
I mean, wow, okay.
To reflect that we followed instructions and we did not.
Apologies. No, our apologies. I didn't make it so difficult for you to get that box open.
That's okay.
It's not just the box.
There's bubble wrap with quite a bit of tape as well.
Bubble wrap with a ton of packing tape.
Not very environmentally friendly here.
No, the binder is apparently very fragile.
I wish packages from Amazon would come that close, that tight.
You know.
Did we lose our sound? Or because
I think they just muted us, so we didn't have to.
I just put you on mute to spare you from the loud opening noises.
Because I didn't see you guys on mute.
Okay, got it. Jill doesn't need to go to the gym today.
You've had your exercise for the day. Apologies for that being so complicated. Now you've got the binder in front of you, and obviously you haven't opened that until right now. So if you can turn to the first tab in the binder, it's labeled Exhibit 1.
And Jen, just to interrupt 1 second, when you are saying Exhibit 1, I should be marking these in the transcript as the exhibit that you're saying, right?
Yep, that's right. And we don't need to put it on the screen. We can. She's got a copy in front of her. We've got copies in front of us, so we'll just put it on the screen if we need to. So Jill, if you want something put on the screen, just let us know, ever. Okay. So do you recognize what's behind Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Is this the document subpoena you received from our office?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes, I believe that's the subpoena we received.
And we've discussed it with her.
Okay. And what did you do to collect documents in response to this subpoena?
My personal cell phone was given to my lawyers and imaged for any personal texts or emails. And then the chamber was collecting any chamber emails or documents that I may have on that end.
And did you have any documents on desktops or laptops?
I had on the desktop. I don't know if what the chamber was looking at that. On the laptop, I had emails, and those were also on my phone. So the imaging of my phone would have captured those materials.
Did you have any notebooks or hard copy documents?
I believe I had notebooks the chamber was collecting from my office. I haven't been in my office for some time, but.
Okay. So for you personally, it was your phone that you gave to your counsel and imaged, and that's what was produced to us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Why don't you go ahead and turn to what is in the binder is Exhibit 2. Is this the testimony subpoena you received from our office?
Yes.
Did you read this subpoena before today?
My lawyer shared it with me. Yes.
Do you understand that your testimony today is being taken pursuant to this subpoena?
Yes.
Great. Okay. You can go ahead and put that aside for now. I'm going to talk about your educational and employment history. How far did you get in school?
I graduated with a bachelor's degree.
From where?
From the University of Pennsylvania.
Can you give us a sort of high-level description of your employment history after you graduated from the University of Pennsylvania?
Sure. I worked at a consulting firm called Deloitte Consulting upon graduation. That was a fairly short-term employment, and then I worked in government and on political campaigns from then for a period of time at the city council, first under Eva Moskowitz, who was a city council member at the time, and then under Speaker Gifford Miller, and then Speaker Christine Quinn. There were breaks within those periods of time where I did work on a few political campaigns for now Senator Joe Adabo and Senator at the time Tony Avella. I also did volunteer and work on the governor's campaign for Attorney General. I worked at the City Council for Christine Quinn until around September 2012, and then on October 2012 went to work in the governor's office.
And how did you come to work in the governor's office in October of 2012?
I was recruited to come to work in the office by actually one of my very close friends who worked there at the time, who was the legislative affairs director at the time. And I had known some of his staff from when I volunteered on his campaign.
And what was your first role?
My first role was the director of scheduling.
And why don't you talk us through your roles after October 2012, after the director of scheduling?
Sure. After becoming the director of scheduling, I then, and apologies, I don't remember the exact date, sometime after 2014, was promoted to, I believe, Deputy Secretary for Executive Operations, and then Executive Deputy Secretary, and then in January of 2019 became the Chief of Staff. And currently I'm, since the beginning of December 2020.
There was recently an announcement about a new Chief of Staff being appointed. So are you currently employed by the Executive Chamber?
I'm currently, I am currently employed, but I'm currently on.
But someone is now doing your role?
Yes.
Okay. In your role as Deputy Secretary of Executive Operations, what were your responsibilities?
So I remained overseeing the scheduling operation, although there was a director of scheduling who was appointed. And I also oversaw, it changed a little bit over time, but some of the events operation, which would be the governor's events when he would travel and do events, the briefing book operation, and then that was the kind of the first iteration when I was the deputy secretary. Yep.
Was there another iteration after that?
Yeah, and when I became the, you know, in some of this, you know, was situational, but when there was hiring within the kind of executive operation, I was involved in that, and then also, on some of the events, I would become the kind of lead person to deal with some of the, coordinating the substance of the events and things like that.
And when you became executive deputy secretary, did your roles and responsibilities change?
I added to the role. I'm trying to think of what exact assignments, but I think more of a coordinative role over some of the different parts of the operation. I still oversaw some of the pieces that I'd always overseen.
And what parts of coordinating the operation were added?
Some of the intergovernmental affairs and constituency operations. So, the relationships with community groups and, communicating with those operations. And I'm not sure exactly when that got added, whether it was when I was the deputy secretary, executive deputy secretary. That was another piece of the position.
Okay. And what, if anything, changed when you became chief of staff about your responsibilities?
Sure. So I still retained many of or all of the previous responsibilities, but I also oversaw some of the appointments process, boards and commissions, and then also at some point, I don't know that it was right away, but some of the IT functions and some of the administrative functions also folded in under me.
And in your time in the executive chamber, where was your physical office?
I had two offices. I had an office in New York City on the 39th floor. That office changed a few times, but all within the same basic footprint. And then I also had an office in the Capitol in Albany. And again, that physical space changed a few times, but it was on the second floor.
Okay. And your office in 633 Avenue, I know you said it changed over time. Was it always on the sort of near the governor's office or in proximity to the governor's office?
Yes, it was always fairly close.
And what about in Albany? Was it always on the secure side in Albany?
It was on the secure side. It's moved on different sides of the hall, but it was always on the secure side.
Okay. And I think you said at in some point your responsibilities included hiring. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the hiring process is?
So it depends on the role. Let's say, we're looking for, to replace an open position, we would recruit by placing ads, by networking, we would do interviews. There was a formal appointments process after that. Which included in paperwork and interviews and questionnaires as well.
Are open positions in the? I'm sorry, God, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jill.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry.
Are open positions always posted in some way?
Usually, but I don't know that they always are.
And are there ever occasions, those are sort of talking about open positions. What about occasions in which are there occasions in which you find a position for someone? So there's someone you want to bring into the chamber and create a position for them.
Yes, there are those positions as well. Trying to think of some examples over time, an example I think of is when the Bloomberg administration or the Obama administration ended, we did try to recruit talent to bring in, and sometimes folks would fit into an open position, and sometimes, we would try to find a fit that made sense or create a new position.
who ultimately has final say over hiring in the executive chamber?
I don't think there's any one clear-cut answer to that, because I think it would depend on the position.
What about for briefers?
So when I was responsible for hiring within the executive operation, subject to background and completion, that would have been me.
And what about schedulers?
The same answer. When I was in charge of those pieces of the operation, subject to background and formal review, would have been me.
What about executive assistants to the governor?
I certainly interviewed some of them. I don't know that I always was the final say on an executive assistant in that office.
Who was the final say?
Apologies. I'm trying to think over time. I think generally, Stephanie Benton was the director of governor's offices, so she would certainly meet the person. I'm trying to answer your question, final say. I think there probably were multiple people who would sign off on a person coming in. Usually myself and Stephanie were the two people who would meet them and probably select a final person. At times, I think there were probably other people who met them as well.
Did the governor have a role in interviewing or hiring executive assistants?
I think there were probably some of the executive assistants he probably did meet. I don't know that he met all of them.
And when you said background check, does someone have to go through a background check process to become staff in the executive chamber?
Yes, they do an employee questionnaire and go through a background, state police and other background checks, and that's usually the appointments office plus counsel's office reviews those, yes.
Does that have to be completed before? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's for any position in the governor's office.
Does that have to be completed before someone can begin working in the executive chamber?
I think that's usually completed before someone begins. I don't know. There may be certain instances where someone started contingent on their background.
Can you think of any instances when that happened?
Not off the top of my head, but I believe it did. And then, I'm sorry.
You can't recall anyone specifically?
Can't really recall a specific name, no.
Okay. What about your role? Do you have a role in people leaving the executive chamber to go to other state agencies?
Sometimes.
And what was your role in that process?
There have been some staff who've either expressed an interest or, there was an interest in going to another agency, and I have either worked with state operations or appointments to try to identify, either a open position or a fit or a person for them to meet with within the agency, and try to, help kind of move that process.
If someone who is a staff in the executive chamber wants to go to a state agency, do they need approval from someone in the executive chamber?
If someone wants to leave their job and move to a different job, yes, yes.
And why do they need the approval?
I don't know if approval is the correct word, but if someone was leaving the chamber, they would, speak to their supervisor. Like anyone leaving a position, usually kind of come to an agreement, and then, sorry, maybe approval isn't the correct word, but yes, I think like anyone leaving a position, they would need to have a discussion about kind of their intent and what they wanted to go do. And
so I don't mean sort of your normal everyday, I'm telling my supervisor I'm leaving for another job or I'm looking for another job. I mean, if someone from the executive chamber staff wants to go to a state agency,
right.
Do they need to make sure that the executive chamber is okay with that before they apply, before they accept a position?
Before they apply? No, not necessarily. But I mean, I think like anyone leaving a position, it would be similar in that they would want to, at some point, whether it's, after they've, their supervisor would need to know at some point that they intended to leave to go to an agency. And that's certainly, I think, happens as well.
Have you ever told someone who came to you and said, I'm going to a state agency, that they could not go?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever called a future employer of someone in the executive chamber staff to tell them the executive chamber did not want them to take the role?
No.
Have you ever interfered at all in someone's attempt to take a position at another state agency leaving the executive chamber?
Not that I remember.
Do you know if anyone else in the executive chamber senior staff has ever done something like that?
I don't know.
You have any knowledge of any member of the executive chamber staff making somebody's offer from another state agency kind of go away, like making sure the offer was revoked or wasn't available, or the opportunity wasn't available anymore?
Not that I remember.
Do you know Andrew Ball?
Yes.
Who is Andrew Ball?
Andrew Ball was Andrew Ball worked with me for a long period of time as my deputy. He was the director of scheduling for a while. He was the deputy secretary. We worked very closely together.
What do you know about him leaving the executive chamber?
He went into private. He went to go work for a private company, but he did previously desire to work potentially for an agency.
And did he end up working for an agency?
He did not.
What do you know about why he didn't end up working for an agency?
He wanted to go. He wanted to go to the MTA. I don't remember all the conversations, but at the time, I think at the time, folks didn't want to move him over to the MTA, and I don't exactly remember who or how. But there was sensitivity around moving him over to the MTA and having more governor staff over there.
And so what happened?
Ultimately, he wasn't offered the position at the MTA, and he left and took a position elsewhere.
Were there discussions between any members of the executive chamber staff and individuals at the MTA about Andrew?
I don't remember. I remember talking to Andrew about it. I don't remember.
And what did you talk to Andrew about? What did you say to Andrew?
I remember Andrew wanting to go to the MTA. I remember him being, I remember having a conversation with Melissa about Andrew wanting to go there. And I don't remember these conversations exactly, but I think at the time, and I don't know, I think it was, I'm trying to remember, I'm sorry. I think Melissa and the governor at the time wanted him to stay doing events in the chamber and not move to the MTA, is what I remember. And he did not want to do that.
So Melissa and the governor did not want him to have the role at the MTA.
That's my memory.
And do you have any knowledge of whether Melissa or the governor spoke to anyone at the MTA about Andrew's application?
I don't know.
And did Andrew ever tell you what had happened with his potential position at the MTA?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He was upset because it was something he was looking forward to doing, and that he had told me that they didn't want him to do it, and that they wanted him to stay doing events, and he didn't want to do that.
So in essence, Andrew couldn't go to the MTA because the governor, Ms. DesRosiers, did not want him to.
Your question got garbled. Can you do it again, please?
Sure. So in essence, Andrew couldn't go to the MTA because the governor and Ms. DesRosiers did not want him to.
That's my memory. They wanted him to do a different, yes.
Okay. Are there any other circumstances similar to that you can remember where people wanted to go to a different role, were in the process of getting a role at a different agency, and someone from the senior staff of the chamber did not want them to leave?
I believe Annabelle Walsh also wanted to at some point, and again, she also left and went into private company, wanted to go to the Port Authority. There wasn't an open position there, and I don't know that, I don't know if she ever spoke to them, but I think at the time, similar situation, I think at the time, folks were trying to convince her to just stay in the chamber. I don't know that it was a similar situation. I don't know if she interviewed with them or met with them, but expressed an interest.
And so kind of circling back to the original question I had asked was, you know, if you are a member of the staff of the executive chamber and you want to go to a state agency, do you need the approval of the executive chamber senior staff? And it sounds like the answer to that is yes.
I guess I would say in certain circumstances, yes. I don't know that that was the case for every single person, but
for some people.
Yes.
Okay. What about the hiring of outside consultants? Did you have any role in that for the executive chamber?
What type of consultants?
Just like third-party consultants. Does the executive chamber ever use third-party consultants?
During COVID, I believe we consulted, I don't know if the chamber or if it was Department of Health consulted with some consulting groups, but no, I wasn't involved in that process.
What about law firms? Does the chamber ever retain outside law firms?
Yes.
And what is the process for retaining outside law firms?
That's not a process that I've been involved in. I believe it would have been counsel's office and budget or administration. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with any policies or practices regarding gifts or services for members of the executive chamber staff? Services for free or gifts?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the policy?
The ethics policy that you shouldn't accept gifts for personal services.
You said that's an ethics policy?
Yes.
Is that a policy you got trained on?
Yes.
Does everyone in the chamber get trained on that policy?
We take annual training. So yes.
And you did the annual training. Do you have to certify that you've done the annual ethics training?
Yes.
Okay. And is this gifts policy and services for free policy, is that like a conflicts of interest policy?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Are you aware of any occasions in which members of the executive chamber staff accepted gifts?
I don't know.
Did you ever accept a gift?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any members of the executive chamber staff accepting services for free?
Not that I'm aware of.
If the members of under this policy you're telling me about, the gifts and services policy, if you get a gift, is there some sort of registry that you have to fill out?
Yes, I mean, you do your disclosure, your annual disclosure, and that would be listed on that.
Okay. And that would include free services as well in your annual disclosure?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And when you say annual disclosure, what's the title of that disclosure, Jill?
The J-COPE financial disclosure.
Okay.
Is that J-A-C-O-B?
J-COPE, yeah. J-C-O-P-E, right? Yep.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Tell us about the human resources function in the chamber.
So we have an administrative services unit, which I think is what you're referring to. You know, they work with budget on people's benefits and, you know, office space, supplies, you know, I'm sorry, what other types of, you know, we don't probably have as traditional of a human services, human resources department, but that would be, you know, they, you know, if you have any specific kind of office needs, that's who you would go to.
And who is, it's called the Administrative Services Unit?
Mm-hmm.
And is there a chief of that unit?
The director is Lauren Grasso, who's based out of Albany, and then there's a deputy who's based out of New York City named.
Okay.
Thanks,
and
Bill.
does the administrative?
I'm sorry to interrupt. You guys talked at the same time. And
oh, I'm sorry. Lauren Grasso,
right.
Grasso in New York City.
Sorry, go ahead, Jen.
That's okay, great. And Bill, if you need spellings, we can at a break give you spellings.
I just didn't hear it. That's all. But that's
yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. Great. And the Administrative Services Unit, do they maintain personnel files for executive chamber staff?
Yes.
And what is in a personnel file?
You know, their employment history, and apologies, I don't think I know exactly everything that's in a file, but, you know, any anything relevant to their employment, history, or if there were any issues, I think those would also go in the file.
So every employee of the chamber staff has a personnel file with administrative services?
I believe so.
And when you say any kind of issue would go in the file, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by issue?
If they were, and I don't know, believe if there was any formal counseling or action taken against that employee, I believe some record of that would go into their file.
Were you ever involved in a situation where you did counseling or an issue that was written up and was put in someone's personnel file?
I was involved in a few issues that related to counseling. I would include our counsel's office in any of those conversations. I'm not sure whether or not it went, formal went into a file or not.
Okay. And tell us, who were the individuals involved in those instances?
Sure. Who was a deputy secretary for intergovernmental affairs. I counseled him with who was a person in our constituency operation who dealt with women's affairs and African American affairs. Alfonso and I did counsel her. I'm trying to think of some more examples. Can't think of any more specific ones right now. Sorry.
Miss, you said that person a lawyer in the executive chamber?
She's within counsel's office, yeah.
Okay. Without telling me the substance of any legal advice that was given by, what was the nature of the counseling for?
Counsel's office had received a letter from an external constituent that included some text messages and direct messages that they raised as a concern to the chamber that they wanted to just make us aware of because they felt like they were aggressive. and referenced working in the governor's office, and trying to think of the exact issue. It was like a disagreement or argument about people working in restaurants during COVID or something like that.
And what was told, if anything, about the confidentiality of the counseling that was done?
I don't remember.
Is it a practice of any sort to discuss confidentiality around counseling?
I honestly don't. I don't remember in either of those conversations that we just mentioned.
What is your understanding as to whether those were intended to be confidential discussions?
I don't know.
The counseling without giving the
first name is
without disclosing the substance of any legal advice that was given by Mr. David. What was the nature of the counseling?
The nature of the counseling was that she was, her manager at the time was having issues with her and had, attempted to work through them himself. I think poor performance and attendance and attitude were the issues at the time.
And in both of these situations, Jill, how come you're involved?
So reported to me. So when counsel's office received the letter, they first came to me to make me aware of it, and then we met with him. And then in the case of, while she didn't directly report to me, her supervisor at the time did and came to me. And I went to Alfonso for advice and assistance with handling the matter.
In either of these situations, did you discuss it, the situation with anyone other than the lawyer involved and the supervisor and employee involved?
I think in both situations, I let my supervisor, who I believe in both situations at the time was Melissa, know as well.
Anyone else you let know?
In the case of, we did ultimately circle back and include her supervisor and the supervisor's deputy, who had been the ones to raise the issue.
Anyone else?
Not that I remember.
And in the situation, did anything about that situation go in personnel file?
I don't know.
Who would know?
at the time Alfonso would have known, and I'm not sure if would have still been in charge of administrative services at the time or not, or if it would have been Lauren. I don't know. Retired, and Lauren replaced her.
Do you have a personnel file?
Yes, I believe I do.
And what's your expectation in terms of confidentiality around that file?
I don't know that there's ever been a conversation with me about my personnel file and confidentiality.
Putting aside whether someone's had a conversation with you, do you have an expectation as to whether that file is, what purposes it's used for, or who has access to it?
I really don't.
Would you be surprised if that personnel file was provided to the press?
Yes.
And why is that?
I don't know, it just surprised me, but I can't say that anyone's had a discussion with me about my personnel file.
Why don't we, you're going to need your binder back in front of you for a little bit, so do you have it there?
Yep.
Okay.
Jen, hey, it's
Yeah.
Mary Beth. Could we take like 5? It's been about an hour, just a short break.
Yeah.
Before we start.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thanks.
Okay.
Stand by. You're now off the record. The time on the video monitor is 10:22. You're now on the record. The time on the video monitor is 10:29.
Jill, so you told me earlier that you received ethics training on an annual basis. Did you receive sexual harassment training?
Yes, there were a series of trainings that we received annually. That was one of them too.
So the sexual harassment training is annual?
Yes.
And did you have to certify, similar to the ethics training, that you had completed the sexual harassment training?
Yes.
And did you do that every year?
I did that every year, usually in December. So in 2020, unfortunately, I went up. I usually did my trainings in December, so I didn't do 2020.
So the last time you did training would have been end of the year 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge about the governor doing his annual sexual harassment training?
No.
Did you talk to anybody about making sure he did his training every year?
No.
Did you ever see him doing his training?
No.
Ever talk to Ms. Benton about the governor doing his annual sexual harassment training?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And do you remember in the training talking about the employee handbook?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you look at what is in your binder as Exhibit 3?
Okay.
And if I've done this right, Exhibit 3 is the State of New York Executive Department Equal Employment Opportunity Rights and Responsibilities, a handbook for employees. Is that right?
Yep. From December
and it's dated
2011.
Yep. Perfect. It's dated December 2011. Have you seen this document before?
I'm not sure.
Do you ever remember seeing an employee handbook for the executive chamber?
I've seen an employee handbook for the executive chamber. Yes.
You're just not sure if this is the one you've seen?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Could have been a later version?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you turn to page 11? The pages are on the bottom.
Okay.
And if I've done this right, on page 11 at the top, it says sex, and 3 bolded lines down, it says sexual harassment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in the 3rd paragraph in sexual harassment, it says, hostile environment sexual harassment consists of words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence, which are of a sexual nature, or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you made aware of this definition of hostile environment sexual harassment?
I believe it was part of the training.
And do you agree that this is a correct statement of the policy?
Yes.
Okay. And it goes on to say sexual harassment has also been defined as any unwanted verbal or physical advances, sexually explicit derogatory statements, or sexually discriminatory remarks made by someone in the workplace, which are offensive or objectionable to the recipient, which cause the recipient discomfort or humiliation, or which interfere with the recipient's job performance. Is that your understanding also of the definition of sexual harassment in the policy?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that making someone experience discomfort using sexual derogatory statements or sexually discriminatory remarks is not sexual harassment?
I'm sorry, can you read that?
Sure. Do you have any reason to believe that this statement, that sexually derogatory statements or sexually discriminatory remarks that cause a recipient discomfort would not be sexual harassment?
Consistent with this policy, no.
If you turn to the page 12, on the 4th paragraph on page 12, in the 2nd sentence from the last sentence of that paragraph, it says, any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by the agency. Was that your understanding of the policy?
I mean, it's my understanding of it, reading it now. Yes. No, that's what it says.
Did you not understand this to be the policy while you were an employee of the executive chamber?
Yes, I believe this is the policy I was trained on, so yes.
And then it says, furthermore, any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature must report such conduct so that it can be investigated. Are you aware of that part of the policy?
You know, in reading it, yes. Yes.
Not just reading it.
Yes,
you were trained on this policy.
I was trained on the policy. I don't know that I've reviewed. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
And then the next paragraph, the last sentence says, once informed, the agency is required to initiate an investigation and take prompt and effective remedial action where appropriate. Were you aware of that part of the policy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that at some point there was a change in protocol as to who did investigations related to sexual harassment within the executive branch of the New York State government?
I'm aware that some point in May of 2020, there was a new policy.
Were you aware in August of 2018 of an executive order related to the Government Office of Employee Relations doing investigations related to workplace misconduct?
I don't remember the exact date, but I know at some point there was a package of sexual harassment legislation we passed, changing some of the reporting.
Okay, and tell us what your role was in that package of changes to the sexual harassment reporting and laws.
As at the time, I think the governor did a series of press conferences, when he was working to get it passed, and I would have been involved in those pieces of it. But I didn't.
And what was
I was
your
not involved in, drafting legislation or negotiating with the houses isn't something that I'm involved in.
Okay. What was your understanding as to what the changes were to the sexual harassment laws and practices?
I don't remember the exact changes at the time. I know they were all aimed at strengthening the laws.
Okay. Why don't we look at what's in your binder as Exhibit 4? So Exhibit 4 is an executive order. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's Executive Order number 187, the title of which is Ensuring Diversity and Inclusion and Combating Harassment and Discrimination in the Workplace. And if you look at the third page, Roman numeral 3, it should be titled Combating Harassment and Discrimination in State Agencies. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Okay. And point B says, in order to promote the effective, complete, and timely investigation of complaints of employment-related protected class discrimination, as of December 1, 2018, the Governor's Office of Employee Relations, GOER, shall be responsible for conducting all investigations into employment-related discrimination complaints filed by employees, contractors, interns, or other persons engaged in employment at affected state agencies as defined in Article 3A(I) of this order. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. Did you understand that at some point the law had changed and that GOER was responsible for doing investigations related to workplace misconduct and sexual harassment?
This is the first time I've read this executive order, but I did know that GOER had an increased role in sexual harassment and conduct.
And what was your understanding of their increased role?
That they were involved in investigations related to sexual harassment, claims of sexual harassment.
Just involved, or were they responsible for conducting those investigations?
And my understanding was, I think, involved, but I'm reading this and it says responsible for.
Okay, and your understanding was they were involved in, what did that mean to you that they would be involved?
In conducting or assisting in conducting the investigation.
And so they could assist in conducting it, but they could do it with the agency. Is that what you're saying?
You know, I think for me, this would be a situation similar to when I did trainings where if I had any doubt or question about process, that's why I would always go to counsel's office. They write these executive orders and are in charge of the laws. But yes, this clearly says that they're responsible for conducting the investigations.
And then I think you said that you understood that there were some other changes to the sexual harassment laws as well. Why don't we look at tab, your Exhibit 5.
Mm-hmm.
And if I did this right, what's that? Your Exhibit 5 should be the employee handbook, but dated May 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen this document before?
I've seen it recently. I don't remember receiving it in May of 2020, but it was the middle of COVID, and I've recently reviewed it.
Do you have any memory of, other than with your lawyers, do you have any memory of seeing this document?
No.
If you turn to page 1 of the document, in the last paragraph on that page, you see the paragraph starts, as part of the process of implementing the provisions of this handbook, Governor Andrew Cuomo issued Executive Order number 187. See that?
I see that.
And that's the executive order you and I just looked at together, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you see that going down in the paragraph, the second to last sentence says, all such complaints of protected class employment-related discrimination will be investigated by GOER. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
No.
And if you turn to page 12, the second full paragraph that begins, sexual harassment is unlawful. You see the second sentence says, sexual harassment need not be severe or pervasive to be unlawful and can be any sexually harassing conduct that consists of more than petty slights or trivial inconveniences. See that?
I see that.
Does that refresh your memory about what the change in the law was that we were just discussing?
I mean, I know that we strengthened it. I don't know exactly how, but I don't remember exactly how.
Did you have any understanding that the strengthening the law removed the requirement that harassment have to be severe or pervasive in order to be unlawful?
I'm sorry, I don't exactly remember.
Okay. But do you have any reason to believe that this policy is an incorrect statement of the law?
No.
Okay. And the next paragraph says, if not, it is not a requirement that an individual tell the person who is sexually harassing them that the conduct is unwelcome. Do you understand that to be a correct statement of the policy?
I'm reading it here, so I see that.
Any reason to believe it's wrong?
No.
Okay. In fact, the human rights law now provides that even if a recipient of sexual harassment did not make a complaint about the harassment to the employer, the failure of the employee to complain shall not be determinative of whether the employer is liable. Any reason to believe that that's wrong?
No.
Okay. Turn to page 39 of that policy. At the top of page 39, it says retaliation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first sentence says retaliation is prohibited. Did you understand that this policy prohibited retaliation against those who complained about workplace misconduct?
Yes.
And you see the third sentence says the adverse action does not need to be job related or occur in the workplace. Retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable person from making or supporting an allegation of discrimination. Such action may be taken by any individual employee. Do you have any reason to believe that that's an incorrect statement?
No.
And it says actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. Do you have any reason to believe that that's incorrect?
No.
Okay. Turn to page 41. See that section that says confidentiality and cooperation.
Yep. Yes.
It says all discrimination complaints and investigations will be kept confidential to the extent possible. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your understanding of how discrimination complaints and investigations were to be treated by the executive chamber?
Yes.
I know you said that you just read this very recently. Was there any occasion during your time in the chamber before you went on where you consulted this handbook related to a complaint?
That I personally consulted it? No.
Okay. Do you know who the EEO officer is for the executive chamber?
The current EEO officer?
Is there an EEO officer for the executive chamber?
I don't know who the current EEO officer is. And previously,
Do you know any of?
I believe previously it had been Alfonso, but I don't know who it currently is.
Okay, so Alfonso David was the EEO officer at some point?
I believe so.
And was the EEO officer at some point?
I believe so.
And what's the role of the EEO officer?
Previously, I believe the EEO officer or the EEO officer was the person who was in charge of accepting or was the person who you're supposed to go to with complaints, I believe.
So if a complaint of harassment was made in the executive chamber, the EEO officer should have been involved?
I mean, I know the policy has shifted, so I don't know, but yes, at some point, that I believe was the policy.
Okay. Let's turn to what should be in your binder as tab 7. It should be Exhibit 7, and it should say sexual harassment in the workplace e-learning course, December 2020.
Okay.
Is this a course you didn't do because you were out of the office?
I did not. I didn't. I was not. Okay. I was out starting December 3rd.
You said December 3rd?
3rd was when I was in the afternoon formally out. And yeah.
Okay. Then why don't you flip to what has been marked in your binder as Exhibit 8. Which should be the Equal Employment Opportunity Rights and Responsibilities e-learning course dated December 2017. You see that?
I see that.
Did you do this e-learning course?
I believe so.
Why don't you turn to page 5 of the e-learning course?
Okay.
And in the 6th paragraph, actually 5th paragraph, you see it says, if a supervisor or manager receives a report of harassment or is otherwise aware of harassment, he or she must promptly report it to the agency without exception. It must be reported even if the supervisor or manager does not believe that the conduct constitutes harassment or the harassed individual asks that it not be reported. Do you see that?
I see that.
Is that your understanding of what your responsibilities were with respect to reports of harassment?
Yes.
And then it says your employing agency has the duty to investigate all reports of harassment. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. Is that your understanding of what the executive chamber's policy was?
Yes.
Jennifer, I can make one suggestion. Can you read a little slower, please?
Sure, I can read a little slower. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Happy to. No problem. We have about 5 minutes before I know you have to take a break, Jill, coming up at 11. So I just want to cover one short little topic, and then we'll take your break at 11 as you requested. So are you aware of any record retention policy for the executive chamber?
Related to what type of record? Sorry.
So let's start with records with a capital R. So records that have to be retained under state law. Are you aware of any policies regarding that?
Not specifically, but yes, I'm sure that there are record retention policies.
Did you receive any training on record retention policies?
I don't remember.
What did you do to comply with your obligations to retain state records?
You know, if there were any directives that came out of counsel's office or our administrative folks, I would have complied. You know, I'm trying to think of specific, if there are specific types of records that you're referring to. I don't know.
Let's look at what's in your binder. Exhibit 10. What's at Exhibit 10 is, it's titled State of New York Executive Chamber Records, Retention, and Disposition Schedule. Have you ever seen this document before?
Not that I remember.
Anyone ever tell you that you had an obligation to retain certain records with a capital R for purposes of complying with this policy?
I don't remember being specifically trained on this, but I don't.
When I look at page 14, it says the title on page 14 is 5. It says Governor's Activities.
Okay.
And it describes the governor's schedule on the 1, 2, 3, 4th line. It says Governor's schedule as posted, retain in office until end of the administration. You were the director of scheduling at some point, correct?
Yes.
What did you do to ensure that the governor's schedule as posted was retained in the office until the end of the administration?
The counsel's office and then the counsels for risk ethics and compliance would, for the governor's schedule, and this I believe was in process before I even got there. The governor's schedule would be posted publicly, on a routine basis. So, any of the governor's schedules would get posted online, and they would really be point on, doing that posting, but they would work with this. So they would work with the scheduling team when I was a scheduler, work with us to make sure that they knew what were the, meetings or events that he did.
And were you involved at all in making sure that that schedule was retained?
Yeah, we kept so that we could go through it with the lawyers who were posting it, in a file, any as close to a version of the schedule as we could, the daily schedule, called it.
So you kept a file of the governor's daily schedule?
Yes.
Is that an electronic file or a hard copy file?
It was electronic, and it would include the scheduled events or meetings. He also would do, phone calls and other things that never were on the schedule. But yes, there's a file. Should be a file.
Did you ever communicate about the governor's schedule using BlackBerry PIN messages?
Yes.
And what did you do to retain BlackBerry PIN messages?
I don't know that I retained BlackBerry PIN messages, but the schedule as posted certainly was retained in a folder.
Did you ever have an occasion to retain any? Did someone tell you to retain a BlackBerry PIN message? I believe during
Moreland Commission investigation, I think, or whoever was chamber appointed at the time had, or IT, I don't actually remember who it was, had asked me to retain BlackBerry pin messages, but that was the last time I remember.
And how did you do that?
I don't really remember. I remember there being no easy or simple way to do it. Could have just, I don't remember. Like, I think like cutting and pasting them into an email and then saving them, but I don't exactly remember.
What do you use BlackBerry pin messages for?
Communicating with the governor when sending him the schedule. He doesn't have email or other, the security detail sends pin messages that, you know, the scheduling operation and some other folks get as far as kind of his movements so we can track them against the schedule. And then some, you know, interactions with staff as well.
What is your understanding as to why the governor does not have email?
I mean, I don't know. That was not very tech savvy, but I don't know. That was set up before I got to the office.
But he can use BlackBerry pin messages, right?
He can use BlackBerry pin messages. I don't know why it was determined he didn't have email.
Yeah, never had any discussions about why the governor didn't use email?
No, at the time. I mean, when I started, he already had just used pins.
Right, but while you were in the executive chamber, were there any discussions about why the governor was using pin messages?
Not that I remember.
At some point, did some members of the executive chamber staff change over from BlackBerries to iPhones?
Yes, we were going through a process. The BlackBerry towers, or whatever the heck you call them, for service were starting to be eliminated. So IT was starting to go through the process of moving us over to iPhones. Also, BlackBerry itself, I believe, stopped or seriously slowed down making the new devices. So it started to become an issue where if a device broke, you couldn't necessarily replace it en masse.
Did some people keep their BlackBerries?
Yes, there's some folks who had both an iPhone and a BlackBerry. Well, we're not transitioned yet because they still worked.
And why did those people keep their BlackBerries?
Because we never fully just transitioned over to the iPhone. So it was this like, you had the iPhone, but you also had the BlackBerry.
It had nothing to do with the fact that the governor wanted to use BlackBerry pin messages?
You know, I think I think the governor wanted to use pins, or the governor was still on pin versus iPhone and hadn't fully transitioned or learned the iPhone yet. I think that probably was a factor.
And do you have any understanding as to whether BlackBerry pin messages are retained on a server?
I don't know that they are.
Was there ever any discussion about using BlackBerry pins because they were more difficult to retrieve?
Not that I remember.
Is there any discussion about not wanting to switch over to the iPhone because the iPhone text messages exist in the iCloud?
There were discussions about the iPhone text. But I don't remember them. I don't remember that it was the case that they were saved in the cloud.
Was there any discussion in any of your time in the executive chamber about the senior staff or the governor not wanting to make sure that they did not have retained messages on servers?
There were conversations about email retention policies. At some point, there was a discussion about some folks had a 30-day deletion policy that's set on their emails, and some didn't. And I think they're saved on our server anyway. But is there something specific? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to understand if there's any discussions that you were involved in during your time at the executive chamber where people were talking about how they didn't want messages to be saved.
There were conversations about the new iPhone and how the text feature would compare with pins and where it would be saved. And what the logistics of it were so that we could understand it.
And what was that conversation about the differences between the iPhone text messages and the BlackBerry pin messages and where they were saved?
I don't exactly remember, but my memory is that the texts were similar to pins in that they weren't saved on the cloud, but I don't exactly remember.
And you don't remember any discussion about, do you remember any discussion about why, if that was the case, people still wanted to keep their BlackBerries?
I don't remember. I don't remember why some of us exactly kept our BlackBerries, other than we kept them so that we could communicate. I don't remember.
We're a little past 11. I apologize for that. So why don't we take a break, Jill? I don't know, how long do you need for a break?
Like, 20, 25 minutes usually.
Sure. So do we want to say we'll come back on the record at 11:35? Mary Beth?
Yeah, that sounds great. There's just one thing I want to mention to you, maybe after Jill goes. I don't want to hold her up.
Why don't we go off the record?
Stand by. You're now off the
Yep.
record. The time on the video monitor is 11:10. You're now on the record. The time on the video monitor is 11:37.
Jill, during your time at the executive chamber, has there been a staffing protocol for the governor?
As it relates to what type of staffing?
Any kind of staffing?
Oh, sorry. So, yeah, we have, event staffing and staffing plans, like a public event, and what those different jobs are: event lead, site lead, press lead. you know, that type of thing. And then we have, you know, folks that staff him kind of day to day in the office, you know, helping make phone calls, meetings, things like that. You know, sometimes for a bigger meeting in the office, we'll have someone assigned to be the point on, you know, making sure it's arranged as well.
And for that day-to-day staffing of the governor, is there a protocol for that?
Protocol meaning?
Did you ever have any discussions with someone about a protocol for staffing the governor?
Protocol meaning asking them if they would staff him?
No, I mean like rules, guidance, policy, practice, a normal way of doing things.
I guess I'm just a little bit confused about the question. Just, you know, if someone was going to be part of the staffing rotation and assist the governor, did I instruct them on what to do? Is that the question?
Okay, well, so let's start there. Is there a staffing rotation for staffing the governor?
You know, there are different, so there's two different offices, and then, so there's people who's kind of staff him and over time have staffed him in both places. In New York City, there's, you know, 2 desks that usually get manned to staff him. Sometimes it ends up being 1. And then in Albany, which is just a bigger office, there are, you know, 3 or 4 desks and folks who staff them.
And how are decisions?
A rotation in New York City, we have changed over time. Generally, or Stephanie is the director of governor's offices, so she generally is the lead person staffing the governor. You know, she's based out of Albany, but she'll often go down to New York City too. You know, over time, we've had different folks in New York City either assist her or be the lead person. There's usually a few people assigned to that, or that, you know, are trained in doing that, who could be kind of brought in to do that. We've tried different folks to be the lead person so that Stephanie didn't have to come down to New York City as much over time. That's New York City. That could be during the week. Sometimes it happens on weekends. You know, that's that. And then in Albany, there are, you know, 3, 4 assistants who are assigned, whose job it is to assist that office, answer the phones. And then there are additional folks who also, you know, in busy times or on weekends, assist as well.
And you said that you train the individuals who are going to staff the governor. What is the training?
No, I said they did get trained. You know, generally kind of going through how to staff the governor. You know, I know the basics, but frankly, like, I've never been the one to actually have to staff him and get him through his day. So that would usually be, you know, Stephanie. I think at some point, Andrew Ball or Annabelle also have trained folks. Training, I think, means like how you use the phones, how, you know, what to expect and how to kind of get him through his day, or what it means to kind of be part of that.
Okay. And when you say what to expect, what do you mean?
I mean, like, even the, you know, if, you know, folks call or come in for meetings, or if staff wants to get his come in to meet with them, how to handle the different types of situations. Again, largely it would be kind of working with Stephanie or someone who, had more experience doing it, but just how to kind of do that.
And what about training for interacting with the governor himself?
Yeah, I mean, I think yes.
And what's that training?
I don't know that that's a formal training, but I think it's probably more ongoing, but, how he would want a meeting organized, or, how he does, common thing that the staff who work there do is, if he's working on a speech, they might help typing things up, those types of situational things.
What about any informal training or guidance on confidentiality around interactions with the governor?
Likely there were, I don't know that I'm trying to think if I've ever had a conversation with somebody, but I think probably confidentiality around who he's meeting with or calling, or information to give out to folks looking for it. Sure, I think that certainly was a conversation that had with folks.
And tell us more about that conversation. So what did you tell people?
Meaning, I don't know that it was specifically me, but I may have had the conversation with folks, even if, staff wants to know what he's doing, who he's meeting with, that that's not something necessarily that they need to know, that sort of thing. Or, if, someone's calling whoever it is, they don't need to be told exactly what the governor's doing at the time. Could be that he's unavailable is a better way to word it than, he's, giving out exactly what he's doing, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Describe for us, what is it like working for the governor? What's he like?
It's really intense. It's a lot of, you get a lot of great things done for New Yorkers. It can be really challenging. Many of us are, away, in Albany, those of us based in New York City, could be, a really it's a really rewarding experience, but it can also be really grueling.
And when you say challenging, what do you mean by challenging?
He's very direct with his feedback, and it can be pretty harsh. So I think challenging in, I would say specific to the kind of scheduling and operational world, it could be, it could be challenging in trying to, accomplish everything that you have to do, but also, you would be told directly if something wasn't working, or if it was your fault, or, the plan changed pretty regularly, so the team would have to adjust to new plans on a regular basis.
And when you say the governor can speak harshly, can you give us an example?
Sure, he could use, the words stupid or incompetent.
Did he ever yell at you?
Yes.
You ever see him yell at other people?
Yes.
Has he ever cursed at you?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Ever see him curse at other people?
Yes, I think so.
Said he can be harsh. Can he also be kind?
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen him flirt with someone?
Yeah, I've seen him like friendly, which could come off as flirty.
And describe what that looks like.
I call them by a nickname, might, be really jokey. I don't know.
What kind of nicknames?
Not anything particularly creative, but I think one for me was like Jilly Bean or Jilly, Annabelle was Anna Maybell, Alfonso's was the Fonz. I don't believe, or Fonzie, those are the types of nicknames he has for people.
What about terms of endearment? Did he ever use terms of endearment for people on the staff?
I've heard him use sweetheart or darling.
For men and women or just women?
I don't think I've heard him call a man darling or sweetheart. But
And which women?
I've heard him use those two for lots of women.
In the chamber?
Yeah, or cabinet.
And you said you've seen them kind of make friendly or flirty jokes. What's an example of that?
Sorry, I can't think of one off the top of my head, like a specific example. Sorry.
Did you ever hear the governor make jokes or comments that had sexual content or had sexual innuendo?
I probably have.
And can you remember any occasions?
I can't think of a specific example.
And I'm trying to understand, you said you probably have, but you can't think of an example.
I'm trying to think of.
Are you saying you probably have because that's something that's happened? Like,
yeah, you know, you would joke about people's dating life, that type of thing.
What's an example of that? Like joking about someone's dating life?
He would joke with Danny about, you know, whether, you know, she had a bad breakup and then she was dating somebody new. So like how that was going, that type of thing. Like, we joke with Annabelle about when she was dating somebody for a while who also worked in the office. We would joke with her about that.
What do you mean by joke though? Like like did the joke
them,
have a
like teasing more than anything else, I would say.
And when you say Danny, you mean Danny Lever?
Yes. Sorry.
And Annabelle, you mean Annabelle Walsh?
Yes.
Did the governor ever ask you about your sex life or make jokes about your sex life?
No.
Did you ever hear him joke about or ask questions about someone else's sex life?
Heard him joke about like whether he was dating like a bunch of people. He might have. He might have teased. I might have heard him tease about whether he was dating anybody for a while. I think the governor wanted to marry. I don't know if that's specific to your question about sex life, but like dating life. Like I don't know if it ever got to like sex, but.
It wasn't uncommon for the governor to make jokes or ask questions about people's dating lives.
No, it wasn't uncommon.
Were you in the office the day the governor received his Emmy Award?
It was around October or November. There was a time in November when I was starting to work from home. So there was a time period where I had gone from Albany to working in New York City. So I don't remember specifically being in the office the day he got his Emmy, but it's possible.
Okay. Do you remember the governor making any comments about the Emmy statue?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever heard the governor make comments about a person's physical appearance?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I've heard him, comment sometimes when you know, like on outfits or things like that. Like if we were wearing what he thought was like a wacky like dress. I've heard him comment to like Annabelle. I think I've heard him comment to Lindsay. You know, I don't know if it was directly to Andrew about it. I think I've heard him call overweight. So yes, to answer your question.
Anything else you remember specifically?
Not specifically.
And when you said the comments about clothing, that was, you said Annabelle Walsh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Lindsay Boylan?
Yes.
And the comment to Lindsay Boylan, what do you remember about it?
I have a vague memory of her like wearing a dress and a hat, like a big hat, and him commenting that it was like a wacky outfit.
And what about Annabelle Walsh?
Like similar type of thing. Like I don't remember exactly. Like if she was like dressed down or something, and he talked to her, said something about like, what do you got on today or something like that. I mean,
what does dressing down mean for the chamber?
Dressing down, yeah, you know, she had like a sweatshirt on, and maybe a pair of jeans, and had like was gonna like change into something like, you know, more business attire. I think they were like.
Was there yeah? Did the governor have expectations that you understood about what people should wear in the chamber?
I don't know if the governor had expectations, but I think we were expected to wear like business attire.
And what does business attire mean for men?
Men, for the most part, would mean like a suit or, you know, dress pants with slacks and a button down, unless there was some sort of like, you know, we did a lot of like infrastructure tours and things like that. And then, you know, people could wear like jeans and boots and, you know, things to go outside, which we did regularly.
Did you ever hear the governor convey specific preferences for types or colors of suits or types of colors of shoes or belts for men?
I never heard the governor say this directly. I heard someone, like other folks, say he preferred like a white shirt versus like, you know, with a suit. But I honestly don't think I ever heard him say that.
And what does business attire mean for women?
Slacks, dress, suit, you know, button down, like skirts, you know, just not necessarily, but same thing. If we go, you know, if we were doing like an infrastructure tour or something like that, you could do like jeans and boots and things like that.
Did you wear slacks to the office?
Yes.
Did you wear flats to the office?
Yes.
Did the governor ever comment on you wearing slacks in the office?
No.
Did the governor ever comment on you wearing flats in the office?
No.
Did you ever hear discussion among staff of the executive chamber about women feeling the need to wear high heels in the office?
No.
Ever hear any discussion about women feeling the need to wear dresses in the office?
No.
If the governor didn't like what somebody was wearing, would he make that known?
Sometimes.
any other occasions than the ones that you remember specifically with Annabelle and with Lindsay Boylan Annabelle and Lindsay Boylan?
I remember Andrew Ball wearing flip-flops one day, and the governor, I think he was planning to change them, but the governor had seen him before he changed them, and he certainly made a comment about that. I can't think of more specific examples.
What was the comment that the governor made to Andrew Ball about his flip-flops?
I don't think it was particularly creative. I think it was something like, "What are you doing wearing flip-flops?"
And you said that the governor had commented on, what did the governor say?
I don't know if this was to him or about him, but I think I've heard him call him before.
Putting aside sort of clothing or what you're wearing, have you heard the governor make comments about anybody else's body?
Can't think of a specific example.
Does that mean he has or he hasn't?
I think he has. I'm just trying to think of a specific to share. And I'm sorry, I can't think of a specific example.
Do you ever
Jen,
look at
Jen, if I could just jump in 1 second.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on a woman's legs when she was wearing a dress?
Not that I can remember, but not that I can remember.
Do you think he might? Do you have some vague recollection without being able to recall a specific, or
Commenting on someone's legs?
About them showing some legs, or it's nice to see their legs, or anything along those lines?
I can't think of a specific example, but I have a vague memory of him maybe saying somebody was showing legs or something like that.
And did you ever observe or hear about the governor asking a woman wearing a dress to spin around for him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Jen, I'll turn back to you.
Have you ever looked at photographs from events with the governor?
Yes.
And in looking at the photographs from events, has the governor ever commented on the appearance of someone in the photos?
Yes. He didn't regularly go through photos with me. I would likely get called in to go through photos with them if, one, there was somebody who was just incorrect, like the letter didn't match the photo. I wasn't the first or second line of, I was usually like, could be blamed for that even if I had never seen it. Or, he did not, he would also be conscious if there was a photo of him that he didn't like that we were proactively sending to somebody. So
okay, so it sounds like you've had occasions where he's commented on how he looked in a photograph, right?
For sure, yes.
Okay, and what didn't he like about how he looked?
Give me, you guys at the same time, give me your question, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So what did the governor say? What did the governor not like about how he looked in the photograph?
Since they were photos that we were proactively sending out, if he was making like a funny face or was from behind and you couldn't see him, or if, if he didn't look good in it, then it wouldn't, in his opinion, there would be no reason that we would be sending that out.
And what about commenting on other people in the photographs? Have you ever heard him do that?
Like I said, with me, it was more along the lines of we had screwed something up, and either like the person was just wrong in it, or, often there were letters and photos, and then there would be letters for people who attended the event, but maybe there wasn't a photo that he was sure there must have been either a better photo or a photo at all. Those would be the ones he would go through with me. If which was not regular, but on occasion.
But have you ever heard him comment on the attractiveness of someone in a photo?
Yeah, I think I probably have.
And what do you remember about that?
I don't think more than like she was good looking or something along those lines.
How many times do you remember that occurring?
Not frequently. Maybe 4 or 5.
Did you ever have an occasion in which you were asked to find a woman the governor had met at an event and use the photographs to do that?
To find a woman that the governor had met at an event and used a photograph to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
And what do you remember about that?
Sorry, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't sound like that out of the ordinary, but I can't remember a time doing that.
And what do you mean it doesn't sound out of the ordinary? That he would ask you to find someone who was at an event with him?
Man or woman, like, who is this? Is this somebody that, it doesn't sound that odd to me, but I can't think of a specific time that I was asked to find somebody based on a photo.
Okay, and what about finding someone he met at an event because he wanted to hire them?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us what you remember about that.
The governor would meet folks all the time. I'm trying to think of who worked for us, worked for Tim Kennedy, who was a senator in Western New York. The governor asked Alfonso, she was a lawyer, the governor asked Alfonso and I to meet with, or interview her and see if she would be interested in coming work with us. I think the senator at the time had been in like the hold room before an event in Western New York and had introduced them and talked about how great she was. Caitlin, the governor, had met at I believe a private event and asked, or I don't know, I think Stephanie may have asked me to follow up with her and see if she would be interested in coming in for an interview. You know, you would see people like, or talk to people and, you know, pass them along too, like, you know, to work for his father, you know, he saw somewhere or talked to somewhere and he asked us to follow up with him to see if he'd be interested in coming to the chamber. I'm trying to think of more examples, but he definitely has done that. I don't know that he's always directly said it to me. It might have been, you know, I think in the case of, he might have talked to Alfonso and Alfonso pulled me in. She ended up working for us in legislative affairs. In the case of Caitlin, I think Stephanie might have talked to me about it.
Okay, let's put aside Caitlin for a minute. So you said ended up working in the executive chamber?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And your understanding was the governor had met her in a green room at an event?
Ian met her at an event in Western New York because at the time she worked for a senator in Western New York, and the senator had introduced her to the governor, I believe.
And how long did they interact?
I don't know. I wasn't at the event.
And what were you told about what the governor wanted you to do?
I believe in that case, he or Stephanie had asked Alfonso to follow up. Alfonso pulled me in to interview, to see if she'd be interested in coming to the chamber and interview her.
Is there anything else you were told about why the governor wanted to potentially hire her for the chamber?
Not that I remember.
No, put aside Caitlin. Do you remember ever the governor asking to find a woman he had met at an event who had a tattoo?
I read that in an article. I don't necessarily remember. I don't remember that.
You don't remember having any involvement in finding the woman who had the tattoo?
I don't remember that. I mean,
do you remember any event where the governor commented on a woman's tattoo?
I remember that Super Bowl event that was described in that article. I don't remember. I don't remember that.
What do you remember about the Super Bowl event in terms of the governor's interaction with women at that event?
It was a casual event at a bar. Quite a number of years ago. I don't remember exactly. I know the governor was like working the room. was some staff, but also some like community people, labor people, that type of thing. Some of his family, I think, was there too.
Was the governor sitting with any women in a booth?
I don't remember. I think.
Do you remember seeing him touch?
That bar, I think it was Dorian's. Is there's a kind of a front area part, which is like where I stayed most of the time, and then I think there's booths like towards the back of the restaurant. So I don't remember watching what he was doing.
Did you see the governor touch any women at that event?
He went around and took photos. Yeah, I think I saw him, put his arm around people when he was taking the photos, kiss people hello, hug people.
When the governor put his arm around people taking photos, where did he put his arm?
I've seen him put his arm around people's shoulders. I've seen people put his arm, seen him put his arm around people's waists.
Have you ever seen the governor put his arm around a woman right under her breast when taking a photo?
Like just like that? I'm sorry, you can't see my hand.
No, like around the back but under, like near the breast area.
It's like in around the ribs.
Oh, I see, like around the ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably have. I mean, yes, I have seen photos of that.
Is there any difference in the way you see the governor interact with women and men at events?
I mean, I don't know that he's putting his arm around men too, and kissing them hello. I don't know that I've ever seen him put his arm around and like by the rib cage of like a man. I don't, but I do. He, similarly kisses men hello and hugs them like he does. I've seen him do to women, and I saw him at that event.
And when you say kiss, what kind of kiss is it?
Like a kiss on the cheek.
And you see him kiss both men and women on the cheek?
I have, yeah.
With the same frequency?
I don't know that I've necessarily been paying attention that closely, but I've seen him do both, kiss men and women.
Okay. And the men that you've seen him kiss, are they men that the governor has known or knows?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Have you ever seen him kiss a male who is a stranger to him?
No, I don't think so.
Have you ever seen the governor kiss a woman who is a stranger to him?
Yeah, I think I have seen him like at an event or something like that, maybe kiss somebody hello who he might not know.
Have you ever heard the governor ask someone, "Can I kiss you?"
Not that I remember.
Going back to the Super Bowl party, what year was this? The one at Dorian, where you were kind of in the front.
I don't remember. We had a couple, maybe 2016 or 2017. I don't remember.
What do you know about a woman or any women sitting on the governor's lap?
I don't know.
You've never seen a woman sit on the governor's lap?
Not that I'm remembering.
You've never been told that someone was sitting on the governor's lap? A woman?
I may have been. I don't remember.
What do you mean you may have been?
I don't have a memory of that. What I mean by I may have been, you know, did someone tell me that? I don't know.
Has someone, have you ever seen the governor touch a woman in a way that she looked uncomfortable?
I mean, certainly in that photo that's been in the press where he's got that woman with two hands and kissing her, she looks uncomfortable.
Are there any other occasions other than having seen that picture in the press where you saw a woman look uncomfortable with the way the governor had touched her?
I mean, I think I've seen people get pulled in for a photo, kind of as you described, where he's holding somebody around their waist, where I thought like, oh, they look a little uncomfortable, but I don't know. Yeah.
Meaning the governor pulled someone in for a photo and was holding them around their waist, or do you mean near their breast area?
Like in the waist rib area, yeah. And thinking to myself.
Sorry, and you thought to yourself?
Like, they looked a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. And did the governor on that occasion ask if he could put his hands on that person?
I don't know.
And do you know who that person was, or those people were the times you've seen that?
No, I mean, he kind of works the room at like events, either staff or otherwise. So sorry, I'm trying to think of concrete examples to give you, and I can't think of one, but I know I've thought that.
Mm-hmm. And on the occasions when you've thought that, was it a woman or a man that you were looking at?
It's a woman.
What did she look like?
I don't remember.
Why don't you pull up in your binder? You made reference to a photo you've seen in the press of a woman looking uncomfortable. If you look at what's been marked as Exhibit 18.
Okay.
Are these the photos that you've seen?
I think that middle one is the one that was in the press.
Okay. So when you said this is you remembered a picture of a woman looking uncomfortable when the governor is touching her. This is the picture you're referring to.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any occasions, and you can go ahead and put that aside for a sec. Are there any other occasions in which you're aware of, either because someone told you or because you saw it, the governor touching someone in a way that made them uncomfortable?
I can think of more specific examples for you.
Have you ever seen the governor kiss someone on the lips at an event or in the executive chamber?
I don't think so.
Do you have any knowledge of the governor having a sexual relationship with any staff of the executive chamber?
No.
Have you ever heard rumors that the governor was having a sexual relationship with someone who's a staff member of the executive chamber?
I have heard rumors.
And what have you heard?
There were rumors that he was having a relationship with, and there's rumors that he was having a relationship with.
Did you ever discuss the rumors about me?
She discussed them with me because they were upsetting to her.
And what did she say?
She we discussed it a few different times over the years. I think one of the first times she she had heard from somebody that the New York Times or a different reporter was potentially working on a story that they were in a relationship. She asked me, she was upset. Would you say it wasn't true that, it was upsetting to her and she's married at the time? She had heard from, a similar rumor from like somebody who works in the Senate, similar type of conversation each time, there was an article that she was upset about, seemed to insinuate it, that type of thing. But what was my conversation with her about was, was it a rumor that I'd heard and, did people think it was true, that type of thing.
Did he ever tell you whether the rumor was true or false?
She told me it wasn't true.
So she told you she was not having a sexual relationship with the governor?
Yes. Yes, she told me she
Do you have any reason? Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that that was not true?
No.
Okay. And who was the second woman you said there was a rumor about? Okay. And did you ever discuss that with?
Yes, I think I probably did. Yes, I think I did.
Okay.
I don't know
Tell
if
us about those discussions.
Because they were around the same time. It's a similar type of thing, that it was like an unfair rumor and it was not true. And it was upsetting to her.
And so she told you it was not true?
Correct. Yes, she told me it was not true.
And do you have any reason to believe that she was not telling you the truth?
No.
Jennifer, we lost your video. I don't know if that was on purpose or.
Oh no, you've lost my video.
Yep. There you are.
Is it back?
We're back.
Okay. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Thank you. Did you ever get any gifts from the governor?
Yes.
What kind of gifts did you get?
He would give like holiday gifts, usually to the cabinet, like some sort of like fleece or something with like governor's office on it. I've also gotten one year he gave me this like for the holidays was like this like old like clock type of thing with like an inscription about like keeping everybody on time, that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean he gave I think when I turned 40, he / the people and the other folks in the office like gave me a bottle of wine. He and the office, it was the governor and the chamber, sent flowers.
Did the governor ever give you perfume?
No.
Did he ever give you makeup?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of him giving perfume or makeup to any other staff members in the executive chamber?
The holiday gifts, yeah, I think, you know, honestly, Stephanie usually chose them. I think she probably did give makeup one year to somebody. I think that year I got like gloves. But yeah, I think, I can't remember exactly who, but that it sounds very familiar to me. That I don't remember perfume, but I remember makeup. Might have been.
You can't remember?
Might have been Danny Lever.
Okay. And you said that Miss Benton chooses the gift? How do you know that?
Because I've talked to her about it. I don't know if they coordinate, but I've definitely talked to her about you know, about that.
Circling back, sorry, to I asked you if you had any reason to believe that the rumors about them having sexual relationships with the governor were true, and you said no. Have you ever seen Ms. have any physical contact with the governor?
Yeah, I've seen him I've seen them take photos. I've seen him put his hand around her. I've seen him probably like put his hand on her back as they're like walking somewhere. Sheffin like travels with him, so they like walk around a bunch together.
Have you ever seen him hold her hand?
Not that I remember.
Ever seen him kiss her?
Yeah, I think I have.
Describe the kisses.
Like a kiss on the cheek. Hello?
Ever see him kiss her on the mouth?
No.
On the forehead?
I don't think so, but.
And what about, have you ever seen any physical contact between this and the governor?
Yes, probably similar to, you know, I've seen him kiss her hello. I've seen him, you know, take photos with her, or, you know, when he's walking, sometimes he will put it in some in front of, you know, to let them go in front of him. He would put his hand, sorry, I'm motioning my hand.
Sorry, I can't understand. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
Sorry.
While he's walking, he would put what?
I guess his hand on their backs to like let them go in front of him or something like that.
And the kissing, you said it's like, so with Miss Benton, you've seen the governor kiss her on her cheeks?
Yes.
Ever see her kiss, see him kiss her on the lips?
No.
Or anywhere else?
Not that I remember.
Anyone ever tell you that they had seen the governor and engaged in physical contact beyond what you just described? So saw them kissing, saw them touching each other in a different way than what you described?
There was a rumor that I didn't hear directly, but that I had heard that somebody in the office had seen them laying on a couch together. And I think I had heard it at the time. I think I had heard it at the time from.
Okay. And did he tell you he's the one who saw that?
No, he said one of the former, executive assistants saw it.
Did he tell you which executive assistant?
Her name is.
And did he tell you anything else about what had seen?
He told me that she said she saw them laying on the couch.
And which couch?
In the New York City office.
And how were they?
Only one couch.
How were they laying?
I don't know that I got that level of detail.
Mm-hmm. And what did you say back to when he told you this?
I don't remember.
Did you tell anybody else about that conversation?
Yeah, and I don't know if I did or I did first, but and then later.
Okay. And what did you say to?
Just that, just what I knew, which is that she saw them laying on the couch.
And what did she say?
She didn't believe it.
Did she say, "I don't believe it"?
I don't remember exactly what she said, but yes, I believe that was the spirit of what she said.
And why did you tell me about it?
She, at the time, worked under. I don't remember exactly why I told her at the time, but I think to make her aware of what the rumor was. That one of her people who worked for her in the front office had seen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you said you spoke to
at some point, and I'm not sure if I did or I did, but yes, at some point.
And tell us what you remember about the conversation.
I remember again telling her about the rumor, and I believe at the time she said that wasn't true.
Anything else in that conversation?
Not that I remember. Sorry.
Do you know if anyone spoke to me about what she saw?
I don't know.
Was any action taken?
I don't know.
Who would know?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Was the governor ever told?
I don't know.
Never discussed that with?
No.
Never discussed that with?
No.
Are you aware of any other occasions on which someone observed or believes that they saw and the governor engaged in physical contact or contact that was more than what you had described in terms of handshaking and a kiss on the cheek?
I know folks have seen them having, dinner or, lunch or something together, and likely at Doc's restaurant downstairs, and have seen them, sitting closely.
You're talking about the photographs that were in the New York Post?
I don't know where they were, but
the photographs that were in the newspaper of them sitting closely?
Yeah.
Did you discuss those photographs with anyone?
I don't think so.
No one in the office talked about those photographs?
I wasn't in the office when those photographs came out.
So you haven't been involved in any conversations about those photos?
I don't remember having a conversation about those photos.
Other than those photos and saying she saw them and the governor laying on a couch together, are there any other information you've heard or become aware of about the governor and having physical contact or a relationship beyond professional?
Not that I remember, but like I said, there were rumors that were always kind of circulating about them. Yeah.
Did you ever see them interact? And I know I asked about physical contact, but do you ever see them interact in a flirtatious way?
Yes, I think I probably have.
And tell us about that.
I'm trying to think of examples. Just like friendly, jokey. I can't think of more specific examples.
Do they sometimes use baby talk to talk to each other?
Not that I've heard.
You look a little taken aback by that.
I'm trying to imagine doing baby talk where I can't quite, or the governor, I can't quite.
Do you think that would be appropriate in the workplace?
Using baby talk? No.
Anyone else that you can specifically, I know you said the governor can be flirtatious. Anyone you specifically remember the governor being flirtatious with in the executive chamber?
No one specifically. I mean,
did he flirt with men and women?
I don't know that I remember him flirting with men.
Are there any things that with the women who he flirts with have in common?
No.
Do they all look a certain way or similar?
Not really.
You ever discussed that the governor prefers women who have blonde hair?
Yeah, I think folks joked about that because both Sandra and Carrie were both blonde. Carrie Kennedy.
Any other folks? Any other reason other than the jokes? Did the governor ever flirt more with women who were blonde?
Not specifically that I remember.
When you were looking at photographs with the governor, you said there are occasions in which he would say someone was attractive. Did any of the people, the women that he said were attractive, have things in common? Did they look a certain way?
I don't remember.
When you look at tab Exhibit 20, You have to look at the front and the back to get the full text chain. Each of your text messages got printed out on, each line of your text messages got printed out on one page. This is a text message between you and who's
used to work with us in the chamber, overseeing like this speech team, and now is a consultant. This text is it's like a day or a day and a half after I did see this when my lawyer was showing me this before, but I definitely don't remember getting it.
Okay. So you don't remember getting it. You see the line where she says, and she's not even a blonde?
I see that.
That's a reference to Lindsay Boylan. You see that?
I see that.
What do you understand that to mean?
I believe trying to make a joke. That so like he couldn't have liked Lindsay. She's not even a blonde. Is what I take that to mean. But again,
because the rumor is he prefers blondes, right?
That's what her joke is. Yeah.
Okay. You can put that aside. Did you ever tell anyone that the chamber would never hire a man for the briefer role?
Not that I remember, and we did hire with a man.
How many men filled the briefer role in your time at the chamber?
Probably just, I think.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
May have been the only man as part of that team.
And that's from when you started in the chamber to today?
Yeah, yes, I'm trying to think if there's anybody I'm not thinking of, but.
Did the governor have a preference for having women on the briefing team?
No.
Is there a reason only one man was ever on the briefing team in your time at the chamber?
No, I mean, when I oversaw the team, I tried to involve them in the hiring process, you know, to meet with potential candidates and present options. You know, they did end up being women for sure, you know, for most of the team except for.
Who was the team, the people you were presenting the options to?
No, for instance, when we were replacing someone on the team, you know, went to law school, you know, I would have them, the team, work with appointments folks and do like a first round of interviews, and they would present me with options of people.
When you say the team, is that the briefing team?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and who supervises the briefing team?
That's also changed over time. The director of scheduling generally, and that's all under me. So ultimately on the briefers, I would make the decision on who to hire when I was overseeing that part. You know, when I first come in, there was already a person doing that. So I would say after, you know.
And at some point, did you stop being the person who oversaw the briefers?
The briefing team was always within my portfolio, but at some point, when Annabelle was the director of scheduling, she more directly oversaw them, although they were always under my portfolio. So I was always responsible for them.
So during the course of your employment at the executive chamber, do you remember any male candidates for the briefer role?
Yes.
And do you remember why they were not chosen?
We found stronger candidates.
Do you remember specifically what was not strong about any of the male candidates?
I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't think it's to say that they were not strong, but.
I just want to be, your next break was at 1, is it? You said?
It was at 1:30.
1:30.
1:30. Okay. Sorry, I thought it was 1 and it's 1:05. All right. Are you okay to go for another 25 minutes and then we'll take a longer break for you?
Yep.
Okay. Do you ever hear the governor comment or discuss his hand size?
Yeah, I think I have.
And what have you heard him say about his hand size?
I think it was, around the time when there was the whole thing with Trump and the debates and his hand size. I think the governor, I think I've heard him say that he has big hands, in that context.
And was the governor making any innuendo or comparison between the size of his hands and the size of his penis?
I mean, yes. I think that was the general context of the whole Trump thing plus, and he was saying it too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And who else was there when that was said?
I don't remember.
How many times did that happen?
Maybe a couple.
I earlier asked you if you had ever heard the governor use sexual innuendo or make jokes of a sexual nature. And I think you said probably, but you couldn't remember anything specific. Have you now refreshed your recollection about that?
Yeah, I guess this would be a specific example, yes.
Can you now remember any other examples?
Not that I remember. I'm sorry.
Does the governor have a cigar box in his office in Albany?
Yes.
Have you ever heard him talk about that cigar box?
Yes.
What has he said?
He has a number of, including that, things he was given during the Clinton administration. So I've heard him, and I think one of the things that I've seen him do when people come in for a meeting, or inside or outside people, is he kind of walks around the room showing them the different things in it, either pictures of his daughters or, for instance, a cigar box. So I've certainly seen him, and next to it is like a bowl that he also got that he's very proud of during the Clinton administration. So I've seen him show both to lots of people.
Have you ever heard him make any sexual innuendo or sexual jokes about the cigar box?
I don't think I have.
Someone ever told you that they heard him make a joke about the cigar box?
No, I think it was one of the things that I read in Lindsay Boylan's article or essay.
And I may have asked you this, but just to make sure, because I don't have the running transcript in front of me, but I know you said you have heard the governor make jokes of a sexual nature. Has anyone ever told you about jokes of a sexual nature that the governor has made?
Not that I remember.
Has anyone ever told you that the governor asked about their sex life or their sex drive?
Told me that the governor's asked him about his sex life. Sex drive.
And what do you remember telling you?
I believe it was after I worked there. I think he told me something about the governor calling him back and asking him, calling him back to his office. I don't know if it was like how long it had been since he had sex or something along those lines, or like something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Do you remember telling you anything else about what the governor said about sex, or how long it had been since sex, or why it had been so long?
I don't remember.
Are there any other occasions in which someone has told you that the governor has said something to them that was related to sex, of a sexual nature, or related to their physical appearance?
At some point, Charlotte had come to me and talked to me about inappropriate or what she thought were uncomfortable conversations. Charlotte Bennett. Sorry, apologies.
Okay. Putting aside Miss Bennett, we'll talk about Miss Bennett. Anyone else?
Not that I remember.
Anyone ever complained to you or come to you with concerns that they had been treated hostilely or bullied in the executive chamber?
We were, like I described to you, it was a really tough environment, and we would regularly, or we would, the governor could be, very harsh to us. And yeah, I think, we would complain to each other when that happened. No one had formally complained to me, but yes, you would kind of go through some of these bad meetings or bad conversations, and everyone would kind of like walk out together, like convene, complain, and then just try to figure out how to kind of move on. But yes.
And who are the people that you're talking about who are sort of complaining to one another?
A lot of the kind of scheduling and events operation folks, were, Andrew, Ball, Annabelle, myself, we're kind of regularly in that group. And then depending on if there were, in Danny Lever, depending on if there were potentially other people who were involved in a conversation, it could be others as well.
And those are kind of all members of the senior staff. Like in my mind, those are members of the senior staff. Is that right? Mr. Ball, Ms. Walsh, you.
Yep, we're in the senior staff meeting, so yes.
Yeah. So you're talking about sort of coming out of a senior staff meeting and complaining about the way the governor had treated
coming out of like an events meeting or, a conversation. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about any members of the junior staff? Did any of the members of the junior staff ever come to you to complain about being bullied or treated hostilely in the executive chamber?
I had an open door, so folks, the junior staff, yeah, sometimes folks would come in and complain, be it like, by another staff person, or yes. It was like I said, it could be a great and exhilarating environment, but it also could be pretty tough and tense.
Can you remember any specifics about who came to complain to you about being treated hostilely or being bullied amongst the junior staff?
don't know that anybody said they were treated hostilely or bullied, but I certainly you know, was in charge of the constituency affairs would sometimes complain he thought Andrew Ball was being, you know, hostile to him, or sometimes you know, like I had a staff person who complained to Danny and I that her supervisor at the time, who was overseeing her for some portion of what she was doing, was, you know, being tough on her about her deadlines. Trying to think, you know, some folks would. I don't know that they complained directly to me, but some folks would complain that like either Melissa or Linda could be harsh.
And in what way could Melissa or Melissa be harsh?
You know, she's very direct, and you know, was under a lot of pressure herself to get things done. So she would, you know, either verbally or an email, you know, to tell people when they weren't doing a job or if they were doing something stupid.
Did she yell at people?
Yes.
Did she curse at people?
Yes.
When people came to you to raise concerns about the way Melissa DeRosa was treating them, what did you do about it?
I don't know that anybody specifically, you know, sometimes I was part of the conversation, getting yelled at or being told I was stupid. And in those cases, you know, there would be kind of amongst the folks on the call, you kind of try to kind of pick either, you know, push back on the conversation or try to figure out what needs to be done and just address this issue. Sometimes, you know, I try to, you know, help whatever person it was, you know, I'm trying to think of specific examples. I don't, other than, you know, just in general, I would try to help people kind of work through whatever the issue was if they came to me. You know, if there was something that it was because of the deadline was unreasonable, try to like help them work with that, you know, or something like that.
And you said trying to think of specific examples other than what? Did you have an example in mind?
I think I was talking about ones I wasn't involved in the receiving end of the yelling at as well. And trying to think of example where someone came to me specifically versus just kind of as a group, we're all complaining that this is unfair.
Did you ever speak to Ms. DesRosiers about her behavior?
I'm sure I have at some point.
And tell us about those discussions.
You know, I sometimes would tell her when I thought she was being too harsh on someone.
Anything else?
No.
And you said, Ms. Lacewell, that you had heard people complain about the way Ms. Lacewell treated them. What were those issues?
You know, sometimes she could have an abrasive way of talking to folks. You know, she had been at some point involved with, when she was working in the chamber, involved with the kind of event operation and making sure that we were, you know, following any like legal guidelines or things like that. And, you know, she would sometimes, you know, just be kind of aggressive to make her point with some folks, just, which, you know, made people upset.
To ever make people cry?
Yes.
Mr. Rosa ever make people cry?
Yes, I think she probably did.
The governor ever make people cry?
Yes.
Did he ever make you cry?
Yes.
Mr. Rosa ever make you cry?
No, I don't think so.
Ms. Lacewell ever make you cry?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what happened in that instance? If there's more than one?
I'm trying to think. You know, when it could, you know, make you feel kind of stupid at times when she was making her point. And I think, you know, I don't think that I often cried. I would say it's a rarity, but, you know, I can't think of the specific instance, but, you know, like working 24/7 and somebody makes you feel stupid, it could, you know, drive you to the point where you know, cry. And when I first worked in the office and was learning, you know, how things work and things like that, like I do think she made me cry once or twice.
And what about the occasions on which the governor made you cry? Tell us about those.
Similar, you know, like I said, he was very focused on events and the scheduling operation. You know, there would be times where we'd have success, but there would be lots of times where even the like smallest detail or, you know, you didn't have the right information for him and you could just be made to feel, you know, really stupid. and told that you're stupid.
We have just a couple of minutes left, so just a couple more questions. But we talked about nicknames earlier, and you talked about
Jen,
being
I'm sorry.
called.
Jen, I'm sorry. Can I just jump in on
Yeah,
that?
go ahead.
When
Yeah,
you told Ms. DesRosiers on occasions that you thought she was being harsh, how did she respond?
I think she thought about it, and I don't remember her pushing back on me when I said it.
Did you ever notice any change in her behavior after you spoke to her about her being too harsh?
Yeah, I think so.
How long
At
would
least it was like a, how long did it last? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You start to say something.
Yeah, she would take in, like, if you came to her and said, I think you're being harsh, she was going to take it in. And yeah, I think she would change her behavior. How long did it last? I also don't want to make it seem like she was always harsh to people, because she wasn't. I mean, she was demanding, but it's not fair either to say that. I think in that moment you could have a conversation with her and it would get her thinking about it, and she probably would change, if she was in. I don't have a good answer to your question, but I do think she would take the feedback and she would act on it. And I can't say I had that conversation a ton of times, and I also can't say she was always harsh to people, but she would, I reported to her. She was my supervisor, so, but I would, we were also friends, so I would go to her and say when I thought when she was being harsh. If that answers your question.
About how many times did you do that?
Probably a handful.
More than 5?
Probably like a little more than 5, but.
Okay, thanks, Jen.
No problem. Do you ever have a similar conversation with Miss Lacewell? You gave her feedback?
No.
Jen, what's that person's name? Jen, what's that person's name?
Miss Lacewell.
Lacewell? Okay, got it.
Yep. Sorry, the question was why not?
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I didn't have that relationship with Linda where I felt like I could do that. I don't remember doing that.
Ever have a conversation with the governor where you gave him feedback about being harsh with people?
I certainly stood up for myself and my team on occasion. Yes.
What is standing up? What does that look like? What does that sound like?
It sounds like, when something was unfair or I thought was not a rational response to whatever was happened, or if I thought the facts weren't correct that he was basing it on, it got more comfortable with it over time as I worked in the office longer, but I would tell him.
Did you ever tell him he shouldn't yell at people?
I don't think I ever told him that.
Ever told him that he shouldn't curse at people?
No, I don't think I ever told him that.
Ever tell him he shouldn't belittle people, call him stupid, things like that?
I think I've more said to whomever he's talking about, like, they're not stupid, don't call them that. Yes. Or I'm not stupid, don't call me that.
And just one last series of questions real quick, but have you ever heard the term mean girls used in the executive chamber?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what it means and who you've heard it from.
I've heard it from both Andrew Ball, the governor. I think it was meant as a way to describe me, Melissa, Stephanie, Annabelle, and Danny, who they felt like were very cliquey. It was a moniker, I think, that was meant to irritate us.
Who came up with it?
I don't remember. Could have been Andrew Ball, could have been, I don't know. I don't remember who came up with it originally.
Could it have been the governor?
He definitely used it. I don't know. I guess it could have been. I don't remember.
What do you think it conveyed to more junior staffers that the governor called you and those other women who are members of the senior staff mean girls?
I hated the nickname. It used to really make me attempt to be nice and open to everybody on the staff. So what do I think it conveyed? I think it conveyed that we were this like cliquey group of people, which we did spend a lot of time with each other, but I don't think it conveyed the right message.
Did you ever tell that to the governor?
Yes.
And what did he say?
I think in that moment, because I think I did say it at least once in anger when it was being used. I think in that moment he didn't use it again, but I think in the future he did.
And do you remember what you said to him?
And it wasn't, what do I remember what I said? Yeah. I remember, I don't remember what the meeting was about. You said something like, oh, here we go, the mean girls. And I said something like, I'm not a mean girl. I hate when you say that. I'm one of the nicest people on the staff. And like, cut it out, or something along those lines. And then it kind of got dropped in that conversation.
But then he said it again in other contexts.
I think so.
In front of other people?
I think so, yeah.
Is that the only time you ever said anything to him about using the term mean girls?
I think a few times I've said something about hating that name, that nickname.
Did any of the other women who were part of the senior staff that he referred to as mean girls say anything to him, to your knowledge, about the use of that term?
I don't know.
Did you ever talk to any of those other women about what they felt about the use of that term?
I think I probably talked to Danny and Annabelle about hating it. And I think they agreed.
You remember anything else that either Annabelle or Danny said about the term mean girls?
Not really, no.
I think we're past 1:30. So unless, Anne, you have other questions about the use of that term.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so why don't we take our break and you probably want to eat too, I'm guessing.
Want to go off the record?
Stand
Yeah,
by.
let's go through the record. Sorry, I thought we were off the record.
Off the record. The time on the video monitor is 1:38. Now on the record, the time on the video monitor is 2:16.
Great. Thank you, Jill, for coming back after the break. I now want to talk about someone you mentioned earlier, Caitlin. What do you know about how Caitlin came to work for the executive chamber?
What I remember is the governor met Caitlin at an event. I think it was an event hosted by her employer at the time. I remember, I think at the time, Stephanie mentioned her to me and asked me to reach out to see if she'd be interested in an interview and coming to work with us. I believe I interviewed her at the time. She also previously had worked for Congressman. I remember at the time, Chief of Staff, who I'm friendly with, had reached out and said what a great hire she'd be. And we brought her on to the chamber. I don't remember the exact date. I believe the first position that she was brought on to was working in the New York City office and assisting with staffing the governor. It was a time period where Stephanie had been coming down, pretty regularly because we were working out of the New York City office a lot, and we were looking for somebody who could, be someone who potentially could grow, and so that Stephanie didn't have to come down to from Albany as much because we were spending a lot of time in the city.
Okay. Going backwards a little bit in the description you just gave us, you said that Ms. Benton had asked you to reach out to interview her after the governor had met her at an event with her prior employer. Did you know anything about why Ms. Benton or the governor wanted you to reach out to her to potentially hire her?
No, I mean, at the time, it was somebody that I think he thought would be a good, I don't know. I don't remember exactly the conversation. I think, we're always looking for people who have, experience. I think she worked for the congressman and for a lobbying firm.
What did you, before you reached out to her, or before you interviewed her, what did you understand the governor knew about her from meeting her at that event?
My understanding was he knew she worked for, and I think I'm not sure if I found out in the interview process or if I knew beforehand that she worked for the congressman as well.
Did you know anything about whether provided her resume to the governor at that event where they met?
I don't believe she did.
How long did the meeting between the governor and the event last?
I don't know. I was not there.
Did you ever speak directly to the governor about him meeting at this event?
I don't think I did. I think that Stephanie was relaying it to me.
Okay. And did Ms. Benton tell you what name was?
I don't remember the conversation at the time, but I don't remember. I think so.
Yeah, why don't we look at a document? Maybe it'll help refresh your recollection a little bit. It's Exhibit 22. If you look on the second page at the messages from December 13th, you see those?
Yes.
Okay. This is a printout from Google Hangouts messages. What is Google Hangouts messages?
I think it's GChat.
And do you use GChat to communicate with other members of the executive chamber staff?
Not regularly, but seems like I did here.
Anyone else other than Ms. Benton who use GChat to communicate with at the executive chamber staff?
I don't remember, but I believe it was searched through when my phone was imaged. I don't, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you know if there are any rules or policies regarding the use of personal email for state business?
Yes, you're supposed to use your state email for state business and vice versa.
Are there occasions in which you used your personal email or personal chat for state business?
Yes, I think there probably were.
Okay. And so this is a Google chat. It's got a bunch of dates on it, but on the second page, there's a chat from you to Ms. Benton on December 13th, 2016 at 8:41 p.m. And you say, can we ask if this is who he meant? And then there's a link to what looks like the website to Caitlin's profile. You see that?
I see that.
Does this help refresh your recollection as to whether Ms. Benton told you that the governor knew her name?
Honestly, not really. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you remember Ms. Benton replying to this?
I don't remember.
Did you have a picture of that you were working from the event?
I don't remember. I don't remember if they just told me that it was somebody who worked for. I honestly don't remember.
And you said that you interviewed. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it unusual for the governor to ask you to find someone and interview them that he had met at an event?
I don't think it happened that frequently, no.
Do you remember discussing it all, appearance in relation to her receiving an interview from the executive chamber?
No.
Okay, tell us about the interview with.
I can't say I remember exactly the interview. I've interviewed lots of people. I remember we talked about I think we talked about her experiences working for the congressman and for, I think she'd recently joined her current position. And then we talked about the office and what we were looking for help with is my memory. But again, I don't really remember the conversation in detail.
And do you remember what the title was of the position she was interviewing for?
I believe it was a deputy to Stephanie. I don't remember the exact title of it.
If I told you it was deputy director of the governor's office, does that sound right?
That would, yeah, Stephanie's the director of the governor's offices, so that would make sense.
Okay. What were his qualifications to be the deputy director of the governor's office?
So the person in that role is in charge of, assisting Stephanie and staffing the office. So it's, helpful that they have, some experience with, general experience with kind of government and kind of have some sense of kind of like who's who. We, like all of the positions in the office, we're always looking for like hardworking people who want to like make change and get involved in government. That's kind of the main thing we're looking for. And, after the interview, I got a call from the congressman's office saying we would be crazy not to hire her. She would be a great get and how much they loved working with her. So, I think the things that we generally talk about in the interviews for folks for the, positions with the office is that they're detail oriented, that they're, used to kind of juggling, things, because it can be, a little chaotic at times just with like a lot of incoming, that type of thing.
Did in the interview with her ever express any concerns about how she had come to be interviewed by you?
I don't remember exactly. I do believe she was a little surprised we reached out, but I don't remember exactly what she said.
Do you remember any reason she gave for why she was surprised?
I don't remember the exact conversation.
Do you remember anything generally about the conversation and why she was surprised?
I think I believe, I don't remember the exact conversation. I believe because we reached out to her versus the other way around, I think she was surprised. Like she wasn't applying for a position, but we were reaching out to see if she'd be interested in interviewing.
Did she ever say anything about how she had met the governor to you?
I don't remember. I mean, it's possible she told me she met him at an event, but I don't remember.
Was there any connection between her saying I met him at an event and her surprise at being called for an interview?
Yeah, I think, yes.
Did she tell you how long she had spent with the governor at that event?
Not that I remember.
Did she tell you she had taken pictures with the governor at that event?
I don't remember.
Anything else you can remember about the interview with her?
I don't know if it was in the first interview, but one of the conversations, she talked a little bit about how she was working multiple jobs. So this was going to, and we talked a little bit about salary. So this, how this would allow her to not have to work multiple jobs. So she was like looking forward to that, I remember. We talked to, you know, I don't remember the exact conversation in the interview.
What do you remember about her salary?
Her salary was around, it was less than Stephanie's because she was a deputy to Stephanie, but it was, I remember it being, I think, over $100,000.
And how did that compare to other people with similar experience to her?
Probably on the higher end of that.
Who had a role in determining what her salary would be?
I did, Stephanie did. I'm not sure exactly who else at the time we talked to, whether it was I'm not sure if Linda was still working there at the time or anybody else on the kind of appointments or on the administrative front. I just don't remember.
Did the governor have any role in determining what her salary would be?
Not that I knew of.
Could you have said no to hiring her?
Yes.
So you weren't instructed by the governor to hire her. You were just instructed to interview her.
To bring her in and see if she'd be interested in an interview. Yeah, and coming in.
Did you ever talk to the governor directly about hiring?
I don't remember, but I don't think I did.
Do you remember when it started?
I don't. I mean,
do you remember telling her she needed to be present at an? Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't think she was finished.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Jill.
No, that's okay. I mean, I think we hired her pretty quickly after the interview process. I don't remember when. I mean, that's also, I don't remember these dates, but around December is like around when we're working on the state of the state and the budget, and there's always like a need for more people. So, you know, we would have probably moved quickly. I just don't remember the dates.
Do you remember her first day of work being assigned to attend a New Year's Eve event?
No.
Do you remember her being at a New Year's Eve event at the 2nd Avenue subway?
I mean, I I don't remember her specifically. There were like 1,000 people there. I think it was one of those kind of all hands on deck events. We had taken over a whole subway station of the not open subway, so it's certainly possible that she was assigned to help us out with that. Or work at it. You know, much of the staff worked that event.
The December 13th is this GChat or Gmail chat between you and Ms. Benton, and hasn't even been interviewed yet. Just assuming that her first day of work is December 31st from that year, is that process that process quick for the executive chamber?
I mean, that process is pretty quick. Like I said, during the state of the state process, we were always looking for new people to bring on board, but that's pretty quick for an appointments process.
Can you remember anyone else who had an appointment process that was about 2 weeks?
Yes. We brought on some new members of the health team during like COVID, and that I think was 2-3 weeks. We've had some speech writers who've come on board very quickly when we've needed, more people. There are certainly instances where we do, ask people to start quicker.
Sorry, I didn't hear what that word was. It sounded like sea traders, but
speech writers.
Sorry,
we don't have any speech writers.
Didn't know what that is.
Neither do I.
All right, speech writers. Okay. And then what about the background check process? When it happens this quickly, what happens with the background check process?
Sometimes it's expedited and you can get it done quickly if you know you need the person to start. Sometimes portions of it will be complete and then the hiring will be contingent on the rest of the background being complete. Which would need to be signed off by counsel's office for somebody to start before the background was complete.
Okay. So someone would have had, in the counsel's office, would have had to sign off for her starting because her background process couldn't have been complete in 2 weeks. Is that right?
I don't know. Like I said, sometimes things were expedited in the background process and you could get it done quickly. If they weren't and she started before her background was complete, yes, likely somebody, in order to get an email and get started without having the background process, someone would have to sign off on that. Okay. In the counsel's office. Sorry.
Once you started working in the executive chamber, you said her first position was as deputy director. Did you ever observe her interacting with the governor?
Yes.
And tell us what you observed.
She was working with Stephanie, staffing, helping to, place phone calls, organize meetings, that sort of thing.
Did you ever see the governor flirt with?
I think he was very nice to her when she started. I'm trying to think if not that I remember, but.
Did you ever, did they have occasions on which they would be alone in his office?
They might have.
It's possible, meaning you can't eliminate the possibility. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the governor touch?
I don't remember.
Ever see the governor kiss?
Not that I remember.
Ever see the governor hug?
Not that I remember.
Putting aside whether you saw it, did you ever hear about the governor touching, hugging, or kissing?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever observe the governor using any nicknames?
Yes.
What nickname did he use for her?
His nickname Sponge, as in like, you know, try to be a sponge and learn, you know, from everybody kind of all you can. It was like when she first started working there.
And the governor used that nickname for her?
I did hear him call her that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did anyone else call her that?
Yeah, I think at points, I think I probably did. I think Annabelle did, Stephanie, Andrew.
So just help me understand. So would you actually like say to her like, hey, Sponge, do X, or hey, Sponge, come here? Like that's how people referred to her?
I mean, not always. Sometimes it'd be hello, Caitlin.
But sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, yes, more in like a joking way, but yes.
Did Ms. ever seem uncomfortable being called Sponge?
Not that I noticed.
Did she ever complain about being called Sponge?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever observe or hear any comments or questions by the governor to related to her romantic relationship?
I'm sorry, Jen, what kind of relationship?
Romantic.
Oh, okay.
Not that I remember.
Did you ever hear of or observe the governor comment on appearance?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever observe anything you thought was inappropriate occur between the governor?
Not that I remember, honestly.
Did you ever hear about any actions by the governor that you would think were inappropriate towards?
Not that I remember.
You said when Caitlin first started working in the executive chamber that the governor was nice to her. Did that ever change?
No, I think he was. No, I think he was always nice to her. I think then, being the person at that desk, like, you do occasionally always get, and I can't say I exactly remember it happened, Caitlin, but, you're in the kind of, hot seat, for lack of a better word, sometimes when you're like trying to get somebody on the phone or find people or get a meeting together. So, I think like with the rest of us, I think over time we probably got a little bit more direct with her too. Like I can remember at some point a piece of her, we added a piece to her portfolio where she was working with the scheduling team as well and like following up on deadlines and things like that, which was a tough job to try to get people to, to keep on track when things were changing all the time. So I think I can, I can remember her a few times getting kind of lumped in with the rest of us and being told that we weren't, doing what we should be.
Did she travel with the governor?
She may have come up to Albany a bit to work out of that office. I don't remember her traveling with him to events. It's possible.
Did the governor's other, I'm going to call them executive assistants, but the deputy directors and the directors in the governor's office, did they travel with him?
Stephanie would regularly. Sometimes before she became director of scheduling, Annabelle, when she was working with that office, would, some of when he's on the road and he's working on a speech, like that team ends up sometimes helping to type up his speeches, and that can go to the last minute. So sometimes they travel with him to do that. But yeah, sometimes they do travel with him.
And by travel, does that include like in the helicopter or in the motorcade, not just the plane?
It could.
Okay. What do you know about why left her role as deputy director of the governor's office?
I don't really remember why she left that role. I remember her going and working with who was the chief of staff for a period of time. And then going to, I don't exactly remember.
Did you have any conversations with about going to?
I did.
Okay, tell us about your conversations about going to.
I don't remember the exact timeline, but at some point I was leaving the office, and I don't remember if Caitlin, this was before that or after that, but she wanted to leave the chamber. I think I had a conversation with her about what she was interested in doing in government. I think I don't remember exactly what the conversation was, but I remember we kind of settled on that was an area like that she was interested in, and I think even she knew some of the folks working on that team who worked with the chamber, who worked for with so we kind of settled on that that was something she'd be interested in. And I worked with who was then on the state operations team to find out if there could be a fit and a process for that.
And in your conversation with, did she tell you why she wanted to leave the executive chamber?
I don't remember. I remember her being unhappy, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
You don't remember anything about why she was unhappy?
I don't remember the details of why she was unhappy.
Did she say anything about the governor? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's okay.
You were saying you know that?
That the one role I talked about, the like scheduling role, she was still helping to staff, but the scheduling role, I know, and that was a hard position, trying to get everybody to like follow up on their deadlines, even if you didn't supervise them. So that was, I know she didn't like that. I thought she liked working for them leaving, but I don't remember her. I don't remember her saying anything about the governor at the time.
But you remember knowing that she was unhappy
and wanted to leave the chamber, yeah.
Even if it wasn't specific to the governor, did she say anything about the environment or culture of the executive chamber?
I don't remember. I don't remember the conversation.
Do you remember her complaining that she wasn't doing anything of value?
I do remember her, even when she was doing the, scheduling role, complaining of that. Yeah, I do. I don't know if it's in that conversation or in passing, but.
And what was her complaint?
I don't exactly remember, but I think on the scheduling, like in deadline enforcement job, like I definitely remember complaining about that. It was this kind of no-win situation because the schedule just kept changing. So you'd literally be following up with somebody on a deadline that was due that they just found out about. So I think I remember her being frustrated with that. And it wasn't particularly, while it was really important to the overall operation, I don't remember her thinking it was like substantive. And then working with, I thought she liked working with then was leaving, so I don't really remember.
Did she say anything to you about how she was being treated?
Not that I remember.
Did you say anything to her about how she was being treated?
Not that I remember.
Is it possible
tried
you
to-
said
I tried
something
to
along? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would try to help her, especially on the scheduling front, because that would be like ultimately my responsibility if things didn't happen. But sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's okay. On the scheduling front or otherwise, did you ever express to her in sub and substance that you didn't think it was fair what was happening to her? Or use the word you just used, like it's a no-win situation?
On the scheduling deadline enforcement front, I might have. I certainly might have. I mean, it would have been, you know, an important job, but it was just like, yes, it was. I certainly might have said that.
Okay. And then you said you talked to her about what her options would be. I think you said one of them was nice to.
Yeah. Sorry.
One at a time.
Sorry.
One at a time, please.
Sorry. I think that it was more talking about like areas of interest and kind of. And I don't remember if she came up with or thought of next, or if in talking to who was working in state operations, who I talked to after I talked to her, if she thought that might be a fit. I just don't remember the sequence.
Do you remember if DFS came up, Department of Financial Services, as a potential option?
I don't remember, but it could have.
What about Department of State? Could that have come up?
Yes, it could have.
When you spoke to, what did you tell her about why was looking to leave the executive chamber?
I don't exactly remember, but I don't remember getting into more detail than she was looking to leave the chamber and find a more substantive role at an agency.
Did you ever say in some or substance it wasn't a good fit for her, that the executive chamber wasn't a good fit for her?
I don't remember. It's possible.
Who did you talk to about Caitlin?
I don't know that I talked to directly. I think they did.
Good.
Yeah.
And do you know what told? Well, who did she speak to it? Do you know?
I don't remember offhand.
Do you know anything about what Miss?
I don't know if she talked to the deputy secretary who would have been in state operations, who kind of manages the agency, who's on the floor, or if something in the agency. I just don't know.
And do you know anything about what told anyone about why Miss leaving the executive chamber?
I don't know. I don't know that she got into it. I just don't know.
Did you ever speak to about?
Is the head of that? I don't remember.
Is Is it possible that you did?
Or it's possible that she talked to me about it. It's possible. I don't know.
Okay. What about her speech about Caitlin?
Again, it's possible. He was, I don't think I did, but it's possible. He was the person on the floor who was kind of in charge of managing that portfolio within state operations.
Do you remember? I said it's possible. Do you have any memory of any conversation with about Caitlin?
No, not really. No.
Did you have any conversations with about Caitlin?
Not that I remember.
Is there anyone else you spoke to about Caitlin leaving the executive chamber?
Possibly the appointments folks once they settled on a position. So maybe.
Anyone else?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever come to understand that it was uncomfortable being near the governor?
Not that I remember, other than it seems without using her full name, that article was referring to, there was an article that I believe was referring to her experience.
Other than the article that refers to someone named Caitlin.
Not that I remember.
Did you see Caitlin in the executive chamber after she had gone to work for?
I don't think so.
After she went to go work for, did you have any contact with her?
Yeah. Not that I really remember, no.
Look at what's Exhibit 23.
Okay.
Can we hold for 1 sec before we do that? Can I ask the witness to tilt or either move the iPad towards her or tilt it so she feels more of it?
Get our pen back.
How did you have different?
Jen, we're off.
We're still on the record.
Let's go off the record while they fix this.
Oh, I thought.
The record, the time on the video monitor is 3:06. You're now on the record. The time on the video monitor is 3:08.
Okay. Do you have Exhibit 23 in front of you?
Yes.
So Exhibit 23 is a series of text messages between you and someone named on August 4th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who is?
Was the Queens regional rep for the governor, and then became the downstate director of intergovernmental affairs. He moved to, he works at the Port Authority now doing intergovernmental affairs for the airports.
In August of 2020, was he working at the Port Authority?
Yes, I think he would have left by then, yes.
Okay, and he texted you a tweet from, do you remember what the tweet was?
I believe, I don't remember this exchange really, although I did recently look at this. I believe it was she tweeted something critical of the governor as it relates to the public safety or criminal justice package that we were working on.
And then if you keep going through the tweet, you say, Jesus, I don't know, let me check. Are we sure that's still the same person? He says, definitely. And then he says, the same person who shit the bed in chamber. And you say, oh, I remember. What's that a reference to?
Just to be clear, this is looking at different pages of the text, not the tweet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking, sorry. If I said tweets, I apologize. I'm just paging through the text messages.
I think, oh, I remember is like, yes, she left. And like I said to you, she left the chamber.
Right, but he said who shit the bed in chamber.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, sorry.
He said what, Jennifer?
He said who shit the bed in chamber. What did you understand that to mean?
I took that to be a way of saying in a polite way that she didn't work out in the chamber and moved to an agency.
And then you said, oh, I remember.
I remember that she didn't work out. Yes.
Okay. Well, was there something other than her not working out there were any incidents with her? Did she not do her job well? Saying she shit the bed and you saying, oh, I remember is a little bit more than just she decided she wanted to leave, which is what we talked about earlier.
No, I don't believe that there's more than that. I mean, I think part of, saying she shit the bed, I have a memory that he knew her before he was the Queens rep. I think he knew her for office. I think there was a fair amount of kind of competitiveness amongst the staff as far as like, she worked on the 39th floor with the governor. He, worked in different spots. So I don't take shit the bed in the chamber more than like she didn't work out. Like that sounds like a thing to say. And oh, I remember. It's just like, oh, I remember her. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Before she told you that she wanted to leave the chamber, did her desk get moved?
When she moved off of staffing the governor and working with, she moved. I don't know how many times she moved, but she definitely moved at least once when she worked for us.
And I think we didn't cover this. Why did she move from staffing the governor to working for?
I don't remember at the time of how she moved over to do that. I don't.
You remember any discussions you had about why she was changing roles?
Like I said, I knew she was unhappy doing the scheduling pieces. I don't remember. And I think even when she went to work for, I think she would occasionally help out in staffing, but I could be wrong.
In the text messages with, you say, "Oi, will look. Maybe nicer to let her go and she's pissed. I haven't heard from her since she moved over." Was that true that you heard from her since she had moved to?
I don't think so. Or not that I remember. And I also don't remember after sending that actually looking into it.
You anticipated my next question. So what did you do after getting these text messages? That's great.
Honestly, at the time, I don't think I did anything. I don't remember doing anything. Even if she's sending a tweet out that's critical of the governor on her personal Twitter, I don't remember if I flagged it from one of the press people or if I just did nothing, but I don't remember really looking into it, frankly.
Do you remember talking to anybody else about it?
Not really.
That's August 20th of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And the date of I think you made reference to a New York Magazine article that mentioned someone named Caitlin that you had read. Mm-hmm. Between August 20th and the time you read that article from New York Magazine, did you have any conversations about Caitlin?
There's some point in December, there was some point in December where Melissa had called me and I largely was out of touch with most everyone because I was dealing with. She had called me and asked me, I don't remember the exact question, but something along the lines of if I knew of anybody who might have left the chamber unhappily or something along those lines. And I believe I did reference Caitlin, and I think she asked me if I knew more details. And I think at the time which is true, which is what I know, which is I remember her moving her over to get her transferring, but I didn't really remember the exact details.
And that conversation with Ms. DesRosiers is in December at some point.
December at some point, yep.
Do you remember if that was before or after Miss Lindsay Boylan had tweeted allegations against the governor?
I don't remember exactly, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And how did Mr. Rosa get in touch with you?
I think she called my personal phone, which I think all I had with me.
Did she text you before she called you?
I don't know.
And in that conversation, did she tell you why she was asking if you knew of any people who had, I guess, unhappily left the chamber? I think was the words used.
I remember it being a brief conversation. I think it was after, because I think we spent most of the time on that. And then she had asked me if it must have been after Lindsay, because I think she asked me if I saw any of that, which, you know, that time. So I think I had seen it on New York One, but I wasn't really paying attention. And then I think she just asked me if there's anybody else or if there's anybody that I knew of that, I think it was the way what I remember is the way I said it, which is left the chamber unhappily, or something like she had heard that Lindsay might be reaching out to folks who worked at the chamber, and was just asking me if I, about people. And again, I don't remember it being a very long conversation, because I do remember that was an instance where I think I brought up Caitlin as somebody who I thought was unhappy and also had moved and was working in the agency.
Did you give her any other names in that conversation?
Not that I remember, but I think she also asked me if I remembered why Jill left or why he was unhappy.
Any other names that came up in that conversation?
I don't remember.
Anything else you remember that either you or she said during that conversation, other than what you've told me already?
Not that I remember.
Did she tell you what she was going to do with the information you gave her?
No.
Did you have any expectations about what she was going to do with the information you gave her?
No. But I can't say after I hung up the phone, I really thought about it again. I was dealing with that particular moment.
So other than this conversation with Mr. Rosa sometime in December of 2020, have you had any other conversations about Caitlin since August 20th?
At some point, in a similar time frame, I had a conversation with Judy Mogul.
So what was the topic?
Yeah.
Without telling me the content of the conversation.
Sorry.
All of the lawyers are going to enjoy this now. What was the topic of that conversation?
Again, conversation first about check in, and then and then I believe it was a similar conversation to the one that I had already had with Melissa.
So the topic was people who left the chamber.
Correct.
Unhappy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And if I ask you,
sorry, can you guys just do it one at a time? I mean, you guys are like jumping on each other. And
I'm sorry.
Half questions and half answers, and I mean it's there, but you know it just makes things a lot easier if it goes one at a time.
we are doing our best. There's a little bit of a delay, but we're doing our best.
I'm very familiar with it. Don't worry about it. So, but I have to jump in at times.
Thank you, Bill. Okay. So I assume if I ask you to tell me the content of that conversation, your lawyers are going to instruct you not to answer on the grounds of privilege. Is that right, Mary Beth?
That's right.
At the direction of.
And that direction.
At the direction of counsel for the chamber.
Other than your conversation with Ms. Mogul and Ms. DesRosiers, after August 20th, have you had any conversations about or communications about?
I don't think so.
Did you talk to Andrew Ball about?
Yes, sorry. At some point, Andrew Ball reached out to me. I don't remember exactly when we actually connected, but at some point he was saying that he had gotten similar type of outreach from Melissa, and he had mentioned her, I think, or I had mentioned her. Yes, I want to say I don't remember what time period that was, but at some point, yes, I think we did.
Do you remember anything else about your conversation with Mr. Ball?
He had said that that he had a series of conversations with Melissa, and I think Stephanie, but I'm not sure, because they were trying to remember or piece together kind of who worked for us over time. Andrew worked in the chamber from the governor's first day. And I remember him saying, you know, because they were trying to remember who worked for us or who like used to work for us, who worked for agencies. I think he told me that like after the fact, they might have asked him to reach out to a couple of the people who he used to work with.
What did he tell you about why they wanted him to reach out to people he had worked with?
told me that I think that they thought that Lindsay was making outreach to some folks, some of the previous staff people, and I believe they wanted him to reach out to find out if she had been reached out to, if they had been reached out to or not, I think was the nature of it. Or like how they felt about what Lindsay was, had, put out in the tweet.
Did Mr. Ball say anything to you about whether he was comfortable or was wanted to make those phone calls?
Yeah, I think he said that he wasn't comfortable.
Did he say anything else about why he made the?
I'm sorry, Bill.
Jennifer, give me a question. Did he say anything else? What?
Did he say anything else about why he made the phone calls?
I think he ended up making them because he wasn't comfortable, but at the end of the day, he made them because they asked him to.
Did Mr. Ball tell you that he had been threatened in any way?
I don't remember him saying he was threatened, but I remember him saying that they basically told him he had to make the calls.
And who is the they that told him he had to make the calls?
Stephanie and Melissa.
And did Mr. Ball say?
I don't remember sorry, Bill. I don't remember the exact words that he used, but something along those lines.
What did Mr. Ball say to you about why he thought he had to make the calls?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but just that he felt pressured to make them.
Did he say anything else?
I remember him saying that he had talked to them more in a short period of time than his last, he was always making light of things too, than most of his last year in the office.
When Mr. Ball was having these conversations with Ms. Benton and others, was he an employee of the state?
No, he had already left.
Do you have any understanding as to why he felt pressure to make the calls, even though he was not employed by the executive chamber or by the state?
I don't know. I mean, I think, he'd worked with them for a long time and he felt pressure because they were asking him to, but I don't know. I don't remember him telling me more than that.
Did he say anything about what he thought would happen if he didn't make the calls?
Not that I remember.
Other than did he tell you what happened when he made the calls?
Yes, he's, I don't remember exactly, but I remember him saying he made a call, but didn't really, like, he called who used to work for the chamber, but he more just had a casual conversation with her about, like, I want to say he, like, he told her that whoever his current employer might be looking for, like, a new consulting group, and that she worked at a consulting firm. Like, that's my memory of that conversation. I don't think he told me, I think he made one more call, and I don't remember him telling me about that one.
What did he tell you about whether he reported back to Ms. Benton or anyone else in the executive chamber on his phone calls?
I don't remember that part. I mean, I remember him saying they talked a lot for a period of time, but I don't remember him telling me there was, like, a result or what he said, what the follow-up was.
Is there anything else you remember about the conversation with Mr. Ball that you haven't told me?
Not that I remember from that conversation.
Is there another conversation with Mr. Ball that you've had recently?
Yes. He reached out when there was, like, one of the first articles that had my name in it. You know, we know each other well. He knew that I was dealing with at that point in time. So he reached out, and he reached out a few times to see if I was okay, to, like, you know, be supportive, you know, to try to, like, be nice and reassuring. And we did talk a few times.
And other than being nice and reassuring, did you talk about any of the substance in the articles that had your name in them?
Yeah, I think, you know, after the initial story with Charlotte in the New York Times, I think he did. He did tell me that he thought I did. Sounds like I did the right thing from what he read. He asked me if I thought he should reach out to Charlotte and tell her that you supported her. I said, sure, if you want to. I don't know if it's possible after one of the other articles we talked about that too, just in the. We talked a few times as that was happening, because I think he was trying to be supportive.
Is there anything else you remember from those conversations with Mr. Ball after the articles came out naming you?
Not that I remember exactly.
Mm-hmm. Did Mr. Ball advise you to get a lawyer?
You know, I think at that time I already had, but I think, yes, I think he probably did say that. It was very nice, but I don't know that that's.
Did he say anything else about why you should get your own personal lawyer as opposed to using the executive chamber lawyers?
I don't remember the conversation. I remember him saying that. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what he said, other than, you know, making sure that there would be somebody, you know, that it would be looking out for me. And like you know, I think over, you know, which, you know, we worked very closely together. I think he had like a love-hate relationship with the chambers at times. So I think I certainly could see, I don't remember exactly how he said it or what he said, but I think it was something along the lines of like, who knows, you know, you should get your own lawyer so that you have somebody who's like looking out for you versus the chamber or something like that.
Any, so we've talked about Mr. Ball, Ms. DesRosiers, any other conversations about that you can remember, or communications about between August 20th and today?
I assume you're not asking about any conversations with counsel.
No, I'm not. And none of these conversations, none of my questions have I ever wanted to hear your conversations with your lawyers. No.
Right. You know, I do believe I had a conversation with counsel about her, as I mentioned. There might have been,
right,
with Mogul, more than, she could have been mentioned in more than one conversation, I think.
Okay. Anyone else?
Not that I remember.
You said you read the New York Magazine article that mentioned someone named Kate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your reaction to the allegations made by Caitlin in that article?
I don't remember them exactly, but some of the description of, you know, the governor leaving at, you know, 6 a.m. and having to like race into the office rings true for her and many of us, because that did happen. I think that there was a reference to her being nicknamed Sponge, which was in the article, which we'd already talked about. And some of what you described in there, I didn't know about. I think she referenced, like, you know, him specifically talking to her about her attire.
Is there anything that you read in that article that Caitlin said that you know to be false?
To the extent that you remember the article.
Yeah, I don't fully remember all the article, and I don't remember if it was attributed to her or somebody else, but there was reference by somebody to an expectation of wearing high heels, and I just, that's not something that I know of or remember or believe, but
that wasn't your experience.
That wasn't my experience, yes, sorry.
Okay. Anything else that you recall from the article thinking that's not true?
I mean, there are things I just wouldn't have known about, but no.
Why don't we take? We've been going for about an hour and a half now.
Yep.
So why don't we take 5 minutes? If that's good.
Stand by.
Yep, let's go off the record.
Now off the record. The time on the video monitor is 3:45. We are now on the record. The time on the video monitor is 3:53.
Jill, do you know Charlotte Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know her?
I believe I hired her in the chamber to be part of the briefing team originally, but I worked with her for a few years within the executive chamber.
You interviewed her?
Yes.
And how did she come to the attention of the executive chamber?
She applied for the position, but then I believe, and I'm not totally sure, I believe who was our deputy secretary for education also somehow knew her and had recommended her, or at least recommended, one of the colleges might have recommended to him, and then he recommended her.
And you said she was initially hired to be a briefer, is that right?
Yes.
And what was her responsibilities as a briefer?
The main responsibility of the briefing team is to prepare the briefing book that goes to the governor, and also, at times folks who are also traveling with the governor, like the press folks, that includes his materials for the next day. So, if there's events, it would include the event details and bios of the key folks who would be part of an announcement or event. It would include probably depending on the announcement, some sort of policy document that laid out what the announcement is, the remarks, that sort of things. They would also, so they were in charge of compiling all of those materials from all of the different, pieces of the chamber, or sometimes agencies or other folks that we work with. They also, depending where the governor is working on, may also shuttle documents to him, like the briefing book, materials include like PowerPoints and things that he's working on. So then they also get involved in making sure they're getting to him, things that he might need or be prepared for. That's the main role.
In her role as a briefer, who did Ms. Bennett report to?
briefing team has had different iterations over time. I think when she first started, the senior briefer, the kind of lead on that team, might have been who has since gone to law school. And I believe they reported up. Ultimately, the briefing team is under my portfolio, but I believe in Charlotte's time period in the office, they reported to the director of scheduling, and then ultimately to me. You know, over time we've changed that a bunch, and they've reported to different people. But
and who was the director of scheduling at the time that Ms. Bennett was working in the executive chamber?
I don't remember her exact dates, but it would have either been Annabelle Walsh or Andrew Ball. I think Annabelle for her whole period of time. There may have been some overlap with Andrew.
And where was Ms. Bennett's office?
She was based out of New York City office, but also would routinely come up to Albany as well. The briefing team, we kind of, it's changed over time, but it's usually 2 or 3 people. And we try to have someone based downstate and somebody based upstate at least. But Charlotte was based downstate, but would also travel upstate sometimes.
And when she was in the New York City office at 633 Avenue, where was Ms. Bennett's desk in relation to the governor's office?
When she first started, I believe she was on the 38th floor. Which is I'm sorry, a floor down from where the governor's office is. That's my memory.
Okay. Did her roles and responsibilities ever change over time when she was employed by the executive chamber?
Yes. She worked on the briefing book. She still worked on the briefing book, but at some point we were looking for some additional folks who might assist with staffing the governor. I think especially in New York City, my former assistant was moving to take another job at the Port Authority. And so that left a gap of somebody additional. So I believe when she started assisting with staffing, it was around when he was leaving.
Can you ballpark when that was?
I don't remember. 2019. I don't remember, I'm sorry.
That's okay. When Ms. Bennett took on the additional responsibilities staffing the governor, did her desk location change?
When she would, I don't know that it completely formally changed immediately, but when she would assist with the staffing, she would sit at a desk outside of his office. She may have also retained her desk downstairs with the other member of the briefing team. I don't remember exactly.
Did her roles and responsibilities change again after that point?
Yes. At the summer of 2020, she moved over to the health, within the state operations, to the health team's portfolio.
Before she moved over to the health team's portfolio, was there any other change in her roles and responsibilities?
Yes, she became, At some point, she became the senior briefer on the team when I believe went to law school. And in addition to helping staff in New York City, I think she also would go and help staff in Albany as well at times.
When COVID hit, did anything about Ms. Bennett's location or responsibilities change?
COVID hitting changed almost everybody's responsibilities for a little bit of time. We closed the New York City office at some point, so there was not both an office to go to or need there. And at some point, I think, I don't exactly remember when, but I think she came up to work out of Albany and help out. I think, part of her day-to-day probably changed too during COVID, because while we were doing the daily briefings, there wasn't the some kind of schedule and events and things like that to prepare for regularly and announcements. So, some of the day-to-day just changed for all of us, and folks were kind of pitching in on different things that weren't necessarily their, job description, I guess is the way to put it.
And at that time, she was still senior briefer and staffing the governor.
She was senior briefer, and she was also assisting with staffing the governor. Yes.
Okay. What was your perspective on her job performance?
I thought she was smart and hardworking.
Did you ever have any concerns about her work performance?
I mean, there would sometimes be mistakes in the book that unfortunately either the governor or somebody else would point out, but they're, understandable mistakes, or, no, I didn't have a problem with her performance.
Anyone ever raised to your attention concerns or issues about Ms. Bennett's performance and her job?
Annabelle, at times would raise to me just, I don't even know if it's specific to Charlotte, but just, having to at times like micromanage the process, but no, not specific to Charlotte's performance that I remember.
You micromanage the process of putting the briefing book together.
Right, yes.
Okay. Did you ever observe Ms. Bennett's interactions with the governor?
Yes, I think I did. Yes.
And describe those interactions for us.
I observed her when she was staffing him, certainly in New York City, because her desk is right outside of his office, which you kind of had to walk by to walk into the office. I've seen him ask her to, place a phone call, or, say hello in the morning. On the briefing book end, I don't know that they had as much interaction.
Did you ever observe the governor and Ms. Bennett engage in flirting?
Not that I exactly remember. Like, I definitely remember him being like friendly and jokey with her, but I don't specifically remember him flirting with her.
Do you remember prior to June? Oh,
yep.
Sorry, Bill. Prior to June 2020, did anyone ever talk to you about the governor flirting with Miss Bennett or communicate with you?
I think I recall an exchange with Annabelle where she, I think she uses that word, yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and look in your binder and tab Exhibit 25.
Okay.
Okay. Is this the text communication that you were just referring to with Ms. Walsh?
No.
Okay. What communication are you referring to between you and Ms. Walsh about Ms. Bennett?
I believe that there was an instance where and I don't remember the exact details, but Charlotte's staffing the governor on a weekend in the New York City office. And I can't tell exactly from the exchange, but, you know, I think the governor must, I don't believe I was there. At some point, Annabelle goes into the office because the governor was saying that we were working Charlotte too hard. And then Annabelle sends me a note saying, and it was, I think, during a time period where we were having a really tough time with him on the schedule and trying to like pin him down to actually meet with us to talk about what he wanted to do. And Annabelle goes to the office and I think she says to me, like, you know, I get there and they're flirting, and then he sees me and he's like mad again, something like that.
Let's look at tab, Lorena, is it tab 15? Exhibit 15?
Yes, 15.
Okay. Sorry, Jill, I think our binders are just a little bit different, so I apologize.
Okay. Okay.
Is this the communication that you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is, besides the text exchange with Ms. Walsh, did you have a conversation with Ms. Walsh about this incident?
I think we probably did have a phone conversation at the time.
Okay. And what do you remember about the phone conversation?
I remember, like I said, I remember it being a situation where I don't remember exactly what was going on that week, but she and I was routine. We're trying to have a conversation about the schedule and what we needed to do. And I think it was, which is not irregular. I think he wouldn't have a conversation with us. I remember at some point, I don't remember how, at some point he either, he tells us, whether it's on like a phone call or something, he tells us that we're like working Charlotte too hard because she's here on the weekend and you both are not, or something like that. So Annabelle goes into the office. I don't remember us talking too much about the Charlotte interaction, other than like she thinks that he was asking Charlotte to go through what she knew about what was happening in the week, and that like really annoyed Annabelle because he was not just having the conversation with us, so he was asking her about it, you know, which she was involved in some of the scheduling conversations because she had to put together the book, but wouldn't have been somebody who he would have had to like make scheduling decisions or yes, no. So she was really like mad about that. And, you know, I think at the time, and I don't remember exactly what was happening in context, like he was mad about something we had done with the schedule or an event. And so what I think she described to me was like he was in there in his office with Charlotte, and they were joking around and laughing, and then Annabelle came in, and you know she was trying to then like get work done with him because he was saying that, you know, Charlotte was working and we were like essentially like home not working on, I think this was a weekend day. So I just remember her being really mad.
At some point in the text chain, you say, Ms. Walsh says, I'm going to lose my mind. I hate him so much. And then it looks like the next day you say also, I'm going to find someone else to hire and move Charlotte downstairs. I'm not doing this. He probably doesn't like her, but doesn't want to stay. Why did you say that?
Yeah, I mean, move downstairs would have been moved back to the briefing team. You know, I think at the time I was pissed at the, you know, we were all working 24/7. So the idea that we were overworking Charlotte, you know, it's not Charlotte's fault, but I think, and it's reading like a lot into it, but I think at the time I probably felt like him saying like, you know, you guys are working her too hard was, in my mind, his way of saying, him saying like, you know, like, you guys should be here doing this, like not her, which is why she was like going through the scheduling with her and things like that. So why do I say I'm going to find somebody else to hire? I think that meant to like staff him. Like my memory is like, if it was, and again, it was always hard to find people to staff him just because it was just, you know, it was just like a chaotic place a little bit, a tough job. But if it was always going to be that we were working too hard when she would like staff him on the weekends or something like that, I think in my opinion was like, okay, then let's find somebody. So that's not the answer, because I think I also felt bad that Annabelle felt like she had to like come into the office even though she wasn't supposed to. I did not find someone else or move her back downstairs. I think I was just mad in the moment.
And you said he probably doesn't like her, but doesn't want to stay. What did you mean by that?
I mean, we, the staff, would have all sorts of conversations about what we thought the governor really meant by whatever he was doing. So you know, frankly, like, even like on any given day, lots of the staff people on any given day, but wouldn't probably say that. So I think I was just trying to read into, like, you know, what it could mean by, like, you know, you're working her too hard, you're like too busy, like, you know, making Annabelle feel guilty to like come in, as, you know, he didn't want to have her staff him. But I don't really remember. I think I was probably mad in the moment and just, I mean, it seems like from this exchange we both were.
Did you have any, prior to June of 2020, any other conversations with members of the staff about the governor's like or dislike of Charlotte Bennett?
You know, when she first started staffing him, I probably had a conversation that either with Stephanie or Annabelle, as we were kind of assessing whether it was working, that seemed like it was working, and he liked her. I probably did.
And Miss Bennett's reporting chain, I guess, is to, was she the senior briefer at this time in October of 2019?
I don't remember if she was the senior briefer or the junior at that time, but I guess when she would be staffing, you know, when she would staff the governor, the kind of that operation or kind of what happens in it, that would really report kind of through to Stephanie. And then on the briefing end, that would have still, I think, reported up through Annabelle and then ultimately to me.
Did you have any concerns that the governor was flirting with Miss Bennett?
I don't remember at the time having a concern about that piece of it, no.
At that time, did you have a concern about other pieces of it?
No, just what I described, which was like being annoyed that he was like going through the scheduling with her and feeling like that was meant to like really kind of get under our skin and that sort of thing.
Prior to June 2020, did you ever have any concerns about the way the governor was interacting with Ms. Bennett?
Not that I remember.
Prior to June of 2020, did anyone raise to your attention any concerns about the way the governor was interacting with Ms. Bennett?
Not that I remember. You know, I think could I have had another conversation with Annabelle where she had like similar frustrations, like he was being nasty to her about something and then would be nice to Charlotte? Yes, I think so. You know, when Stephanie wouldn't, there's some days when Stephanie wouldn't come down, so often Annabelle also filled in addition to being the director of scheduling, a role in also assisting with staffing. So I think worked more directly with the two of them.
Did you ever observe the governor touch Ms. Bennett?
I think I've probably seen the two of them take a photo together. and him having his arm around her.
And where was his arm?
I don't remember exactly, I'm sorry.
Any other occasions in which you've seen the governor touch Ms. Bennett?
Not that I remember, but yeah, not that I remember.
Did you ever hear the governor refer to Ms. Bennett by any nicknames or terms of an affection?
I don't remember a nickname for Charlotte.
Did you ever hear the governor call her? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
You know, sometimes, and I don't know if it was directed to Charlotte, sometimes when he was walking into the office, you know, I could hear him say, you know, hey, darling, to some of the, you know, some folks whose office is kind of along his route. So that's possible, but.
Did you ever hear the governor refer to Charlotte as Bun?
When she met with us, I heard her.
Yeah. Did you ever hear the governor refer?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on Miss Bennett's appearance?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on her makeup?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever see the governor ask Miss Bennett to memorize song lyrics or to sing for him?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember anyone in the chamber being asked to memorize song lyrics for the governor or to sing for the governor?
No, I don't remember that. I mean, we would have a holiday party at the end of the year, and some of the folks would do a song, but I think that's a different scenario. They would like make up a song to sing. Some people would do toasts, but no, I don't remember that.
Other than after June 2020, did you ever hear about the governor asking Miss Bennett to memorize the lyrics to a song and to sing a song for him?
Other than after June 2020, no.
Since you have to stop at 4:30, I'm about, so let's go off the record.
Stand by. You're now off the record. The time on the video monitor is 4:26.